American flag proudly flying in the breeze here in downtown Charleston, West Virginia, as we get ready to crown our final national champion of the week. It has been a full week of racing here at the USA Cycling Professional, Junior, and U23 Criterium, Road, and Time Trial National Championships. We got just one more left with the Elite Men coming up next, and if it's anything like what we just saw in the Elite Women's race, we're in for another good one in Charleston today.
Yeah, no doubt. We have got another stacked field of racers today, plus our World Tour guys coming over. Going to be a great race.
Lauren, talk to me about what we learned from that Elite Women's race. I think the way that they raced the course is maybe the biggest impact that I saw. We'll take a look at our course one more time. Same story here, those opening circuits. They do two of those short circuits before they head out on the big ones. How did that change the racing this year?
I think it's a great way to softly start into our national championships, having just the one climb up Wirtz Avenue and down Oak Ridge Drive. It kind of gives a sense of not so much urgency right out the gate, because essentially if they were to go up bridge, it's within 2 or 3 kilometers of into a straight climb. So having a bit of an easier, not easier, I don't want to say, an ease into this national championships will definitely help the race basically establish itself.
And then this section along the Kanawha River, I was really surprised to see how much of an impact that had, because we saw very different styles of riding in that Elite Women's race. Some riders were having the great climbs up at the front, but then we saw a lot of riders that brought the time back on the flat. So the Kanawha Boulevard run along the river had a major impact on that race.
I agree, Brad. And, you know, just talking about those climbs and what teams were represented at the front early in the race, and then how towards the end of the race it came down to those 1s and 2s, and when Kristen Faulkner decided to go, it just shattered the field.
Well, we'll see if the same thing happens out there today in our Elite Men's races. We expect another good one with a lot of talent coming to race here in the United States. A lot of riders. The first time we see them racing here in the United States. So going to be a lot of wild cards out there today.
Yes, the Artem Schmitz of the world, the Quinn Simmons, to have them back over here racing Tyler Stites. Against someone like Gavin Lady, who has just been deemed another U23 Road National Champion. So to have him also in the elite race, it's absolutely love seeing the development go up against the elites.
Perfect conditions for racing today. This is about as warm as it's going to get. We are just before 1 p.m. local time here. All of the cloud cover has burnt off from most of the climbs. We'd have some fog in earlier this morning, but it's looking perfect out there right now. Hardly any wind to speak of. You saw that American flag just barely fluttering in the breeze. This is really perfect conditions for racing, which is drastically different than what we had last year, where we saw riders grabbing ice socks anywhere they could get it. They were starting under brutally hot conditions, but a little different this Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, having a bit of a front come through Thursday has definitely cooled things off this weekend.
We saw the heat eventually take its toll on this field, despite a massive group leaving the line. Just like that women's race, it was whittled down lap after lap after lap. It was 30 and then 20 and then 10, and eventually took us down to a select group of 4. But it really started on this climb, and a lot of these guys will be back this year.
Yeah, the attrition of these 13 miles each lap, it's at over 1,000 feet of climbing. So, you know, that is a huge factor over the course of this race. And to have those first 2 laps only at 500 feet elevation gain is going to be a huge difference as an opener for today's race.
We saw this group, including Scott McGill from Project Echelon, you see, along with Kessler here. They had a pretty good thing going here for a while. McGill would go on to take 4th place on the day. Great effort from Project Echelon. They'll have a lot on their shoulders as one of the biggest teams coming back into this one. Then we saw the other move go away that included Robin Carpenter rolling off the front. So we saw a lot of back and forth out there last year.
And seeing that again this year, if I had to imagine, again, Project Echelon is showing up today, toeing the line with 9 racers. So, yeah, it's definitely going to be the same scenario I'm guessing we're going to see from Project Echelon.
This is the Kanawha Boulevard section that I was talking about along the river here. And you see locked in and ready to go. So I have a feeling we're going to see more of Robin Carpenter in this scenario again this year. The guys that like the flats are going to race on the flats. The guys that like the climb are going to race on the climb. That's the easiest way to sum this up here in Charleston.
And it wasn't until the end of the race that we had the 2-up EF Education Easy Post up against Brandon McNulty and Scott McGill. And, you know, we just saw Kristen Faulkner take that win. The EF guys, unfortunately, not here with Sean Quinn and Nielsen Palace, but or Brandon McNulty. but EF is definitely showing up in other ways with Gavin Lady.
Quinn took McNulty to the line in a sprint as Sean Quinn got the win last year. McNulty had to settle for second, and we saw Nielsen Palace pick up a third place. So pretty good ride for EF Education last year. But like you said, those 3 riders not returning here. So 1, 2, and 3 aren't back. That means Scott McGill, your best place returning rider this year. Well, the other thing that we'll look at going into the day are the team makeups. That's the other big factor of this one. Whether riders are racing alone or they have team support obviously played a big factor for EF last year as they were able to get the numbers into that final group of 4. But it's Colby Simmons flying the flag for them this year, but you see a lot of very strong names on the top of this list, including his brother, Quinn Simmons, for the Lytle Trek squad, and then Tyler Stites with his Caja Rural Seguro squad, former Project Echelon rider, now riding with Caja Rural, but back racing alone. He's going to be part of a composite squad. You'll see a lot of these kind of one-off riders sort of garner support together and kind of put together a temporary support system when they come back to the United States to race.
Yeah, it's always kind of the mismatch of how to bring your team and whatnot to and staff. So to have the one-offs, they will definitely have support somewhere. We're also seeing someone like Artem Schmidt and Andrew August, Ineos Grenadiers team, also coming over. Good to see those guys here as well.
And then you'll see teams like Skyline bringing full rosters, including Sean Christian at the top of that one. Project Echelon going to be the next one with a big roster on this one. I think they're going to be looking for Kieran Haug out there today. He was a pre-race favorite that their race team director, Eric Hill, tapped for Project Echelon, but he's got a lot of help on this list.
They've got Brendan Rim back and healthy, as well as Hugo Scala Jr. back and healthy. Ricky on amazing form. Excited to see the Project Echelon guys definitely take the race to these World Tour guys.
One thing I learned from that elite women's race from Catherine Sarkisov, anyone can make it into this front group.
Exactly.
It's never over. So even for some of these smaller teams, including teams like Kelly Benefit Cycling, wouldn't be surprised if one of those young riders was able to make it into the front group today.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping. That's what we love to see, and that's what is national championships at its best.
Legion has a couple in this one as well, including Robin Carpenter. We saw him try and make a break for it last year. Carpenter probably not going to win on the climb. He can hang with him, but on those flats, that's where he really earned his paycheck last year.
Carpenter knows how to suffer. My gosh, we see this guy time and time again. He's just full of salt all over his kit, so definitely to watch late race.
See Eric Brunner and Andrew Strohmeyer, a couple of cyclocross riders making their way, I guess road and cross riders. I shouldn't call them just cross riders, but we talked about this a little bit earlier, the now varying backgrounds that the riders in the pro road national championships have to get here and race at this level.
Yeah, just strength is strength across multiple disciplines, and now you see so many top-tier riders dabbing their foot into different disciplines in their off seasons to strengthen their skills and abilities for their trade teams.
And a little further down here, again, these are the riders that have a chance to be an underdog on a day like today. So we'll keep an eye on it. Going to be interesting out there as we start a field of 91 elite men today, doing just under 200 total kilometers of racing, with multiple climbs up and over today. So again, 2 really different climbs that we'll talk about. The Bridge Road climb is the first one that's on the circuit, and then the Wirtz Avenue climb, we think, will be the race-deciding climb out there. Although a little bit of a surprise in the elite women's. It just goes to show you the race doesn't have to be won there. It could very well come down to a sprint on the line. We saw it last year with that small group. We just saw it with the elite women. Question is, who's in the small group? That's the million-dollar question.
Right, and the name of the game for today is attrition. This is such a hard course. We've got a couple of call-ups right here. Just have Quinn Simmons on the line, stretching it out.
Gavin Halady next to him for the EF Education Avolo squad. Then comes Artem Schmidt for the Ineos Grenadiers team next to him. That'll be a big one to watch. Couple of Ineos Grenadiers jerseys out there today, along with AJ August. We'll be looking for the red jerseys out there. It'll be Eric Brunner up next, Competitive Edge Racing. Second place at the Tour of the Gila this year, including 2 stage wins. So Brunner firing on all cylinders coming into this.
A couple of big wins for him to figure out how to beat Project Echelon, and he has figured it out.
Quinn Felton up next for the cyclesport.com team, part of that Avolo alumni squad. So making the jump over to cyclesport.com. He'll be one to watch in that white jersey. Gonna bring Sean Christian up next. What a week it has been for Team Skyline Cadence Cyclery. They got 2 national championships in both the U23 men's and elite men's criterium national championship. We'll see if they can do it in the road championship today with Sean Christian.
And Sean coming off fine form, winning the Grand Premio of New York just a couple weeks ago.
Tyler Stites up next, the Caja Rural Seguros rider we talked about earlier, returning to American soil to race here.
I think Tyler needs to come away with a really good result today. He's gone to Caja Rural from Project Echelon, and he really needs to show something in that World Tour level that is pretty successful for those guys.
Colby Simmons up next, the EF Education Easy Post team. Already raced the U23 road race, took a 4th place there, so he'll be looking to improve on that result onto a podium in the elites today. And his brother Quinn right next to him. How special is that to line up next to your brother at the national championship, especially for a couple of guys with a lot of pride for that jersey?
And I wonder if it's a little stressful for the parents.
Quinn, the older brother, alongside younger bro Colby. We're also going to call up Alfredo Bueno, Scott McGill, and Cole Kessler going to get front row starts as well.
I was going to say Colby has been called up from the Devo team up to straight to World Tour and has had quite the spring season already, been thrown in the deep end with those guys and just definitely trying to learn everything he can.
All right, we are just a couple minutes away from race start. We're going to use this opportunity to take a quick break and thank some sponsors. And when we come back, we'll be underway in racing with your Elite Men's National Championship.
Competing at the highest level in the sport requires the right training ground, and USA Cycling has found that in Arkansas. Bentonville is the home of the U.S. National Mountain Bike Team. But our statewide network of trails aren't just for elite athletes. We've got a ride for everyone.
Just increasingly more and more, I'm telling people, if you ride mountain bikes or if you want to get into mountain bikes, you got to come here and see for yourself, because you don't really know until you know.
Plan your mountain biking trip to the natural state at arkansas.com.
There's no time to waste in the morning.
That's why you should watch 13 News this morning for fast and accurate weather and traffic every 10 minutes. Plan ahead with real-time traffic and beat the morning rush.
This is a look at what's happening with our traffic drive times. If you're leaving out of Hurricane today, going to Charleston, just 21 minutes.
Get the latest on road conditions and alternate routes. Know what's happening with live, local, weather and traffic every 10 minutes.
Weather and real-time traffic every 10 minutes beginning at 4:30 on 13 News this morning.
Welcome back. Live images above the start line in Charleston, West Virginia, as our elite men getting their final countdown right now. Lauren, a lot on the line this week. A lot of these guys have had this one circled on the calendar since this time last year. Tell me what this feeling is like lining up on the start line of your national championship.
It's a whole new day. It's a whole new championship, and it means so much. You know, we were talking about this in the women's race, just where you sit within your team, where you sit within your contract, within your national team even. So it's a proud moment to always have that jersey within your team, and it gives your team something to write home to their sponsors. It's extremely important. It's extremely important to you and to your sponsors.
That's obviously important to these guys as well, from what I think is the Rio Grande Elite Racing team, getting the party started early from the gun here. Above and Beyond Cancer are going to go with them, so I like this.
I love it, and this is the name of the game, and I think this is one of the reasons the race organizers changed up the laps a little bit. These first 2 laps is to have some sort of establishment with these guys and have a little bit more race plan and race organization instead of basically 2K into a really hard climb bridge road we're going to see over and over again. And this is such a race of attrition today. So to give them a little bit of reprieve and set up for these first 2 laps is huge for these teams.
Well, this is going to be a tough one if the day continues to go like this. This is a heck of a way to start 198.6 kilometers of racing. But you can't let the big names control this race, right? If you're one of these smaller teams or smaller riders, if you sit back and just kind of let the race come to you, the World Tour riders are going to do what they want to do, right? And this is the way that you're going to upset the apple cart here and kind of break the script a little bit.
No doubt. And when every fan watches all the World Tour races, you know, usually we don't get to see the start of the race. And if you talk to any of these athletes, they talk about how hard the start of all those races are. That's some of the hardest racing they'll do during the day. And this is what's happening. These guys want to really go at it, go ahead and establish this break, get up the road, and get their name in front of television, in front of fans, and in front of their sponsors.
This is Henry Neff of the Kelly Benefits cycling team. It'll be a young squad of mostly development riders. We saw them have a really good night in U23 and junior ranks. But now, hanging out with the big boys up front makes things a little different.
Yeah, I love the shuffle, reshuffle, and it's just a matter of time before the right mix, the right number, the right group of people get up the road, the right, you got to have the number, the teams, and the who's who. All of that is a factor in a successful early break.
Call this some separation here. Cadence, Kelly Benefits, Above and Beyond Cancer. Trek jersey. Tack it into the back here. Well, didn't expect this on my bingo card to see the first break in the first mile and a half.
Come on, sure you did. I mean, that's definitely what's going to happen.
These guys struggling to get across the gap. It looks like that's going to be it for interested customers into this breakaway. Now remember, they are doing that Wirtz Avenue climb twice on the shorter circuit before they head out, just like we did with the elite women. So maybe these guys just trying to give themselves a little bit of breathing room before they hit that climb the first time. If they raced this race last year, they realized how important it is to get to the front on the first climb. When they went over Bridge Road, we saw a lot of riders that just got boxed out, right? They were just too far towards the back, and maybe it wasn't their fault, even if they had good climbing legs. If someone in front of you lets a gap open up, that's your problem now as well. So I'm wondering if these riders are maybe trying to improve on the game plan from last year, even with the course changes from 24.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely want to give yourself a head start to some of these amazing World Tour guys and, you know, the likes of those that have been successful this spring so far. So try and give yourself a head start, give your team a head start, and see if you can't get a good enough gap established to then have one of your teammates bridge across at some point later in the race.
This Skyline rider doing a lot of work up on the front here. It's going to allow this group of 5 to come together. He's looking for some help, and he's going to get it. I would assume all of these guys will do some work. 3 for 5 right now. Let's see if Neff takes his pull, going to do his part.
And you can see the peloton behind snaking across. That means that guys are still trying to jump across. We see one in the middle, kind of in no man's land. And these guys here at the front, this breakaway, they have to work as a unit, almost like a team time trial, if they want to keep this established. I mean, you've done the work, and you know that someone else is trying to come across. So essentially, they need to put in a 3 to 5 minute full-on effort to create that separation and basically calm the peloton behind them. Once they get that gap, the peloton will calm down, and then kind of the race can slow down just a bit.
See these guys scurrying up to the front on the outsides of the group. They see that left turn up ahead, knowing that they're about to go up and over that mountain right there as they start the Wirtz Avenue climb right now. These guys should stick together. I see no reason why they would want to separate this early. You want to keep all those horses together in a 5-horsepower harness right now.
Yeah, but there's someone still in the peloton not happy with this mix. It'll be interesting, one, to see if this group continues to work all together, and if someone doesn't try to jump across. Again, we still have someone in the middle.
All right, well, we are underway and racing. Group of 5 away on the way up. We'll keep an eye on them as we take a brief step back, and we'll be back with more action from the national championships.
Traditional schools weren't built for athletes like you. They box you in, slow you down, dull your dreams. But you don't play by someone else's rules. You're here to push limits, break records,
Well, I cracked.
and own every inch of your journey. US Performance Academy was born to fuel that fire. An online school that aligns with your ambition, respects your grind, balances your dedication to athletics and academics. This is where you learn what you're truly capable of. Let's go. US Performance Academy, official academic partner of USA Cycling. GoUSPA.org.
Welcome back downtown Charleston, West Virginia, where we have just started the 2025 USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. The riders out on course. Being joined in the booth by a very special guest is Adam Crawford, the DO Chair of Emergency Medicine at Vandalia Health, joining us here. You never want to talk to anyone from emergency medicine at a bike race, but I know you guys are here on different terms. It's really part of being part of the community, helping people be healthy. Tell me about why you wanted to get involved with the bike race.
It's a great opportunity for us to get our department involved in something that's, you know, a world-class event. It's been a great partnership both this year and last year and into the future years. It's a great learning opportunity for our residents and our trainees, and then it's just great for us to get out and see the community firsthand this way.
Tell me about Vandalia Health. Where do you guys practice? Where are you in West Virginia?
Yep, so primarily the folks that are working this week are all in the Charleston area, but we have 14 hospitals across the state now, and so emergency medicine that reaches all through southern West Virginia and then into north central West Virginia and really across the entire state of West Virginia.
I know you talked about the importance of good emergency medicine care, but there's also preventative medicine.
Yeah.
That's a lot about what this is about, staying healthy, riding our bikes, being outside.
Absolutely.
So I know you guys have been out there encouraging residents to do that as well.
Absolutely. I think it's a good opportunity to see what West Virginia and what Charleston, West Virginia has to offer. I think sometimes we take it for granted because it's right here in your backyard, but this highlights, you know, what a great opportunity we have right here in downtown Charleston.
It's absolutely gorgeous. I know that you've got trails in Fayetteville as well.
We do.
That are
We
lovely. And I've been out on some of the trails just here in town, and you got the river right here. Just it's an absolutely gorgeous place to be.
Yeah, you can be 15 minutes. You can be, in the woods, away from people, on a bicycle or on a trail, and it's a great place to live, great place to raise a family, and certainly a great place to get outside. That's for sure.
Showing a lot of people bike racing for the first time. Were you with us last year?
I was.
So you're an expert now.
Well,
You're
it was eye-opening, I can tell you. When we did our initial debrief, we thought we were going to be driving in the caravan, and we were terrified.
Yeah.
And thank goodness there are professionals who do that work, because it is amazing to see how the caravan moves with the racers, and to watch how this machine happens through the streets of Charleston. It's incredible.
They're on their descent right now, working down the exact roads that you were just talking about, getting a first-hand look at it.
This stretch in particular, when the racers are sort of passing in between the caravan, is pretty scary. We have medical professionals that are in the second car back, and then further back in the caravan, that get to see the race from a really cool optic.
And you guys had Project Echelon come by and to the Women's and Children's Hospital. Can you talk on that a little bit?
Yeah, they were super nice. We were able to come over. We do a project where we help fund bicycles and bicycle helmets for local kids, and they were able to come over and visit our Women's and Children's division, see some patients, really, I think, cheer them up in a tough time in their lives. And I think it's really neat to see riders who are on a world stage take time out of their training to come over and spend time with our local patients.
I got a feeling Project Echelon probably has a few more fans in Charleston this weekend, so I hope they made it out to cheer for them.
In all of West Virginia. This has been a great opportunity for everybody to learn about cycling and see what is a really, really cool sport firsthand. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate your support. We couldn't do it without you. So, Adam, thank you very much.
Thank
and
you
a big
very
thank
much.
you
Thank
to everyone at Vandalia Health. Thanks for your support of the race, and thank you for being out here and spending some time with us in the booth today.
Thank you. Yeah, beautiful day for it, for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, we'll let you get back out there and enjoy it. Adam Crawford, the DO Chair of Emergency Medicine at Vandalia Health. As we pick up live action from the descent on the way out right now, that group that we saw off the front on the way up still there and still working together. We'll take some numbers on the way in here, including Sean Christian from Team Skyline, who's made it up. A lot of these guys were on the front row, so got that early front row start here. Now, we'll go back and show you the Wirtz Avenue climb on the way up. They're on the descent right now, but I do want to watch the first time up and over just to kind of see how these guys raced it the first time, Lauren.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, like we saw in the women's race, we saw Kristen Faulkner almost push that pace the first time up just to kind of get a sense, one, of what the peloton's going to do, and two, almost kind of give yourself a gauge on how you're feeling on the day and those sensations. And, yeah, you always kind of want to key in on what everybody else is doing and how they're feeling.
You see how those guys took a look behind over the shoulder and then had a little conversation. This is absolutely a group working together. There is nobody racing against each other in this front group. You can clearly see the cooperation here. So these guys are all on the same page, and they're also clearly communicating. So that's a good sign for these riders up the road right now.
And to get a sense for what your group is made of. It is early in the race, first lap through, but based on how you're climbing versus your compatriots, your breakaway compatriots, like, what does that feel like? What do they look like? And what are their motivations today? So you get that established and try and get a sense for each other, and all of a sudden you just become one team for a very long time.
Well, they might be spending a significant amount of time together today, depending on how the field does this. No real big pre-race favorites on this list, so that's good news for these guys in the breakaway. There's not going to be a ton of alarm bells ringing, but that's a dangerous thought to have.
Yeah, we did call up Sean Christian because he's just won the New York Grand Primo race, which was just last week, so he's obviously on good form. But, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily pick him as an out-and-right favorite for today. But definitely a strong addition to this breakaway and someone you definitely want as a breakaway companion.
So it looks like they stayed pretty calm the first time up Wirtz Avenue here. That is why we saw them still together when they rolled back up and over. The big question is going to be, did they gain time on that field? And I think they did. We'll get time checks when they roll through some of the landmarks on the course. Look at this. They start dropping riders as they made their way to the top. So I think this is still Neff in the Kelly Benefits jersey on the front. He hit it hard on the way up here.
And that's what I'm saying. You kind of get a sense, and if you're in the breakaway and it's not your pace and it's not your group, you know, you might as well just pull the pin and go back. You know, these guys are going from the gun, and you have to be, if you're in the breakaway and you're wanting a full 6, you have to be cognizant of how you're pacing this climb and who you're dropping. And if, you know, you're dropping your teammate, you've kind of destacked your field and your advantages. So do you sit up and potentially wait? I think there was a lot of conversations going on. They were all looking left and right, getting a sense, like you said, for what's behind, but also each other.
Probably a little too early to hit it so hard that you start dispatching riders out of this group, but clearly these guys wanting to keep the tempo up on the front. So Sean Christian did his part on the way up as well, and interesting to see that they did force some separation up to the top. It went from 5 to 3 as they're just about to hit the summit here, but looked like they came back together when we saw the live pictures back out to them.
Just like we saw with Emma Langley and Jamie Chapman. You know, Jamie continued to push through the rollers and was able to get back to Emma's back wheel.
Then see it starting to come back together as they made their way back up and over Wirtz Avenue, and this is back onto Kanawha Boulevard along the river here. Back up at the front of the group.
About to catch a group of 3. Is it the front group, I wonder? Must be the ones they dropped.
And this will be the remnants of the breakaway from the top. Looks like Sam Boardman into this group. So this is going to be some guys that must have come across here, because I don't think Boardman was in that original group. So we'll confirm Sam Boardman along with Luke Elphinstone and Sean Christian here. So Elphinstone going to swap with his Cali Benefits teammate. I think maybe Jonah Killey, Hubo Scott CT squad, the other one in this front group. Field on the right-hand side looking pretty long here, front to back.
Yeah, I just think, you know, pushing through Kanawha Boulevard, going into their second lap. Again, just like the women's race, you know, you've got the pre-race nerves, excitement, adrenaline. See a little bunny hop there, right there on the left side, Jonah. That's just the excitement of starting national championships, and today is your day.
All right, so finishing up their first of 2 smaller circuits before heading out onto the bigger circuits. That means one more time up the Wirtz Avenue climb before they're going to hit the Bridge Road climb next. Couple bunny hops just at that 1K to go marker. I think there's just a little section of tar there that they're trying to jump up and over. Those are the little things you take inventory of the opening laps here. That
Yeah, wow, everyone's fresh first lap. It's not going to happen at the end of the race. Sam Boardman pulling through right here. One of the stronger teammates of Project Echelon, probably one of your on-road captains for those guys. But I know they'll be looking more towards a Ricky Arnapool and Scott McGill from his historical ride last year to get them up and over Bridge climb and Wirtz climb to the finish.
looks like a second group going to try and go across. Looking for some help. Elphinstone going to have some reinforcements on the weather. Boardman is their guy for the breakaway or not.
A lot of times you can say 1 and 4, 1 and 3, 2 and 5, anything more than that. You're kind of going the wrong way with the numbers, and you got to do a reshuffle. So they might be lending towards a bit of a reshuffle right now, or it's the wrong guy with the wrong group. Maybe Sam wasn't meant to be up there, but just a product of good placement in the peloton. if Sam wasn't meant to be up there, he wouldn't be working. But so, you know, rolling this out a bit, a lot of times you can ask your breakaway companions, let's roll this out to a minute. And if it doesn't roll, you know, in a couple of K or 5-10K, you know that someone's trying to chase it back, and then you can talk to your team captain or to your team director and be like, okay, let's just reset this, sit on.
There's a good way to watch the bike race right there.
I'll be right back, okay?
That's got to be us next year. We got to figure out how to do commentary from the tube.
Careful.
I'll tell you what, I'll drive the boat. We'll put you in the tube. How about
Deal.
that? Be whipping you around out
I
there.
know you would. That's all right.
Things calming down back here. Look how easy riding this is in the group. Going curb to curb, but no real urgency to get up to the front for these guys.
Some of these guys are already reaching in their back pockets for food and fuel. We were talking about that earlier, just the carb count these days, and as the intensity increases, the carb count increases, and it's become quite the science, and all the different gel manufacturers create different gels now. Even it's become more specific than just a gel and just a chew. It's gotten really refined in the last couple of years.
Here is the second group about to join the leader. So this is going to go from 5 to 10 here pretty soon as we welcome some new riders to the front of the bike race. Start with Matthews Johnson for the cyclesport.com team. That's number 85 in the white jersey. Michael Garrison making it up there for the MGR Speed Studio team. He's had a great season so far in the United States. I'll keep my eye on him. Next comes Robin Carpenter, Legion of Los Angeles. We talked about him in the breakaway last year. Comfortable territory for Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, he appreciates a hard race. Good flick of an elbow right there.
Patrick Welch, the Above and Beyond Cancer jersey in the light green right there. This gap going up to about 30 seconds right now. So 10 riders, 30 seconds on paper. That looks pretty good. The next data point will be where this gap trends. If it goes up, like the next check we should get needs to be 40, 45 seconds. These guys should be consistently putting time into the other riders. I think that's what you're seeing right here. These guys kind of whipping each other into shape, saying, hey, we got 30 seconds. We can do this. Let's keep it up, guys.
Yeah, and always when you're towards the front, that front group of 3 or 4, you're always kind of aware of who's coming up behind you. And again, someone like Sam Boardman, he's now outnumbered you know, you got to be cognizant of that, and that's when he might stop working. But again, or they'll roll this out and let it go.
Sean Christian doing his work. Then comes Robin Carpenter. Then comes Michael Garrison. Then comes Patrick Welch. Short poles up on the front here. That's what you need to do with 10 guys in here. There's no reason to spend any significant amounts of time on the front. So I think the experienced riders in this group realize that it's all about a smooth rotation, smooth flow, making sure everyone's working together and just keeping that general tempo as high as possible.
Yeah, the faster pulls lends to a faster speed. Only when the break is established will you see them like start to slow down and do a steady 1, 2, 3 minute pull.
Good look at the gap from the time board. 45 seconds for these guys, so they are gaining time. Went from 30 up to 45 at the next check. Group of 10 is growing up the road. These guys got to be happy to make this selection here. It's interesting to see this mix of riders. You have riders with a lot of time on the road, including names like Robin Carpenter, Sam Boardman. Those guys spend a lot of their year riding breakaways like this. But then you have guys like Michael Garrison who are kind of doing a mixed calendar. He'll spend sort of the spring doing a lot of criteriums here in the United States. That's an hour to 90-minute effort. It's a much different style of racing than he'll do in the road races or gravel that he'll have coming up sort of as he moves into the summer, kind of transitions a little bit to do some of those longer races. But Lauren, I have to imagine that is really difficult to train for, to do that two different styles of racing coming off a spring criterium campaign into almost 200K road race with a lot of climbing in it. How would someone like Garrison sort of train for that or transition into it as the season goes on?
You always use a really nice big building blocks in the winter, big miles, big time, and then you can refine that down to your sprinting capabilities and those shorter, intense 60-minute efforts in your criterium racing that you're talking about, and then kind of build that back out once you're keying more towards your 200K road race. So yeah, it's not impossible to do, and we're seeing so many athletes do these different types of disciplines, and you go from a team pursuit, you go from a BMX, you go into a long stage race or something like that. So it is possible and it is doable. It's just about refining your training throughout the season. And even someone like Patrick Welch, you know, we've seen him on the e-racing scene for a while. I remember calling his races a couple of years ago in the Pain Cave, and you know, doing those races, and you know, riding the trainer makes you so strong. It's unbelievable.
Gap holding at 45 for these guys. We'll show you the rest of the Wirtz Avenue climb when we come back from this short break.
Competing at the highest level in the sport requires the right training ground, and USA Cycling has found that in Arkansas. Bentonville is the home of the U.S. National Mountain Bike Team. But our statewide network of trails aren't just for elite athletes. We've got a ride for everyone.
Just increasingly more and more, I'm telling people, if you ride mountain bikes or if you want to get into mountain bikes, you got to come here and see for yourself, because you don't really know until you know.
Plan your mountain biking trip to the natural state at arkansas.com.
There's no time to waste in the morning.
That's why you should watch 13 News this morning for fast and accurate weather and traffic every 10 minutes. Plan ahead with real-time traffic and beat the morning rush.
This is a look at what's happening with our traffic drive times. If you're leaving out of Hurricane today, going to Charleston, just 21 minutes.
Get the latest on road conditions and alternate routes. Know what's happening with live, local, weather and traffic every 10 minutes.
Weather and real-time traffic every 10 minutes beginning at 4:30 on 13 News This Morning.
Welcome back to Charleston, looking at the Kanawha River where the Riders are about to make their way back down to coming off the Wirtz Avenue climb as the crowd down here at the start-finish line eagerly await the arrival of our Riders. Going to see them knock out their first circuit. Last time we saw them, it was a group of 10 that had rolled away. Their gap had gone over 45 seconds, and Lauren, they looked like they were working pretty well together.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is going to be an established group, and it depends that second time up and over the climb. We saw the first time that they did drop a couple of riders, but were successful of getting multiple back across to them at the end of Canal Boulevard.
All right, so this was earlier as they started the climb up Wirtz Avenue. We'll bring you this uninterrupted coverage bottom to top for their second time up and over. Remember, last time we saw separation here. Went from 5 down to 3. Right now, though, this group mostly staying together.
And having a 40-second gap over the peloton would be nice to keep that up and over onto Oak Ridge Drive and into the descent. Yeah, you really want this group all to be on the same page of going up and over this climb together.
Not seeing a ton of aggression up on the front. Is this group too big at some point in the race? And if so, when?
Only because there's more Kelly benefit strategies than anything else. And, you know, they have the cards and the numbers right up here. But that's okay. Let that play out because I think everyone in the peloton wanted something to go up the road. And, you know, as long as everyone's working, it is a big group, though. You're right, Brad. But is it too big? I don't think so. I think the attrition of the course will be a natural factor in dropping a couple of riders off in the next 3 to 5 laps.
Sean Christian having a great ride, clearly feeling good today.
Or clearly wanting to stay away in the breakaway and kind of keep the pace at a certain intensity. You can feel when the group is no longer working together, you can feel the lull enough that it's about to fall apart. So, you know, once you pull off the front like Sean's doing, go through all the way through the back of the group and just kind of get a sense, everyone working, and just have a quick conversation or get a sense for who's in the group. You might have been on the front doing a lot of work. Now you're on the climb, and you can get an assessment of the group makeup.
1.4 miles seems like the longest 1.4 on this course.
Almost until they just wait till you get to bridge.
Yeah, unfortunately, it gets even
this
worse
is hard.
after this on the second climb of the day. Now you start to see these riders suffer. They can kind of ride for about a mile of this climb. It's the last half mile where it starts to really go off the rails.
It's a hard climb because, again, as soon as you turn off Canal Boulevard, it's a 2% grade uphill. And that's just into the base of the climb, and then you've got the climb proper, and only towards the end. It just gets harder as you get closer to the top. And even at the end, there's a 24% kicker right before you turn onto Oak Ridge. And, you know, that's just the slow burn, whereas Bridge is right in your face immediately. The steepest part is at the base, so you know, your heart rate hasn't already gone through the roof, right? And you can then recover slightly while you're still going uphill, whereas this one is the exact opposite. Start gentle, but slowly creep up on you until this left-hand turn, and you know, that's the last pitch of it right now, but you still go across the top right here, right? So they've been already up at the KOM, but then they have to drag across the top.
That was up and over the top of Wirtz Road on their way back down right now. And group stayed together that time up and over. A much different ascent of Wirtz Avenue the second time up than the first time, where we saw a group of 5 become a group of 3. Looks like this time a group of 10 stay in a group of 10. Oh, minus maybe one. Is this Welch? This might be someone new. trying to go across. Above and Beyond Cancer already had
The back.
Patrick Welch up the road. Oh, that's going to be off the back of, I think, the main group here.
Yeah, coming up to the back of the peloton here. Tough day for a couple of these guys already in the caravan.
It only takes one bad climb, one bad ascent. Once you lose contact, almost impossible to jump back on this moving train here.
Yeah, if you've been in a draft and you're doing 50, 60K an hour, now all of a sudden you're solo, that becomes a time trial effort. You're probably not going to have a good day.
This is a good example at the back, though, from Brendan Rim of not panicking at the back, right? He's just kind of slowly reeling it back in. Didn't really sprint to get back up there. Brendan Rim would be one of the last riders I would expect to have trouble early on here, so I think he was just stretching the legs a little bit.
Yeah, I hope that's the case. Yeah, I am surprised to see him off the back. I don't know if it was just bad placement into Wirt's climb. These guys coming through the city circuits, and they'll come back through the start-finish line, and then this lap they'll head up Bridge Road climb.
Get another look at the downtown circuit here. Talked a lot about the big teams and the teams with numbers like Kelly Benefits. 2 riders in here, got a massive squad project echelon as well, bringing a full roster. Then you look at names like Michael Garrison, who not only doesn't have any teammates here, he doesn't have a team at all. That's pretty much his program that he's running. He's kind of applying this privateer mindset to an entire season of road and criterium and gravel racing. So not only are there no teammates here, there's no teammates, period.
I always find it interesting to see how athletes build their season leading up to their A races. You know, me being a product of a team, I was always basically given a schedule and this is what you're gonna do. But nowadays they can self-select some of these one-off races and criteriums that you're talking about that is more conducive to their style or closer to home or something that they're a little bit more happy with. So I always find it fascinating to see what they try to play to their strengths leading into whatever their A race, their goal race of the year is.
I was talking with Garrison earlier this week. He talked about the learning curve of racing alone and how hard it's been this season without any teammates. And he kind of said it'll be nice to get into a road race where I don't need the teammates as much. He's been doing a lot of these criterium races where when you get 5 or 6 riders on a team together, that becomes almost impossible to beat. But he was saying that the road race gives him a little more freedom. He doesn't need a team as much to do well here.
It's interesting being solo because it's your day every day, right? You're not having to work for
pressure's
someone.
always on.
Yeah, the pressure's on, but it's also the freedom that,
Right.
you know, you can do whatever you want. But also, like you're saying, not having the team, it's kind of like this, what's better or worse, having to work for someone else at certain points during the year, or, you know, and having that support, or doing it all solo, but yet you have the freedom to go wherever you want on the road.
The hardest part, he said, about not having a team is not in the racing, it's the logistics of the race. You don't know this because you were always on teams, but someone's got to book those airline tickets, someone's got to book those hotel rooms, someone's got to pick you up at the airport. All that stuff doesn't just happen, Lauren.
What? It's a good setup going into the Bridge Road climb. Another Legion rider and a Kelly Benefits teammate trying to get away from this peloton.
Swinging wide into that corner. They flew around turn 1 there. Probably trying to defend that small gap that they had ahead of this bridge climb.
Yeah, now they're going up and over the bridge, and like this is no easy task in itself, just getting over the bridge, everyone out of the saddle. And now we're seeing, I love looking back at the peloton to kind of get us set up. We see Tyler Stites, Cajo Rao right there. We have got Quinn Simmons right in the middle of the screen, Trek Lidl team.
Just saw both of the Ineos jerseys up there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Riders going down. Must have just touched some wheels in the group here. Winston-Salem down.
Landis Trek, yeah, a couple of bikes stuck together.
Matan Sofer, Landis Trek rider, working that out. Unfortunately, you couldn't pick a worse time to go down here.
Unfortunate for those guys, definitely off the back for the start of the bridge road climb, and man, good luck.
Let's see if we can pick it out of the group here. Must have been pretty far back. You see him go wide there at the top of the screen, so
just think it's still the early race nerves and the setup for bridge. You know, there wasn't that big push for Wirtz Ave climb. But now once they turn on bridge, like, you know, that PTSD from last year, right?
Yeah.
So they're trying to really establish themselves towards the front of the peloton. And when you see Quinn and Tyler and the likes of the World Tour guys moving up to the front, you know, that's just alarm bells.
it's experience speaking and showing itself for those guys.
There's only so much room at the front.
There's probably a bit of what happened as well. That bridge does split because it goes both ways and they have to come back over the bridge. They have the cones down the middle, but it's very tight through there. We see them going edge to edge when the big group goes across. I'm going to guess that led to a little too tight riding.
So the left side of the screen, we've got a beautiful breakaway scenario, and on the right side of the screen, it's Tale of Two Stories. Those in the back of the peloton just trying to get back on and hang on for dear life up and over Bridge Road climb, wanting to get back into this race. Don't want your day to end so early, 45, 40 minutes into a race. It's national championships.
Heartbreaking feelings when those cars start to go by you.
Yes.
For these guys at the back, you see the TV moto go by, you start to realize that even these people don't believe in me anymore.
So the interesting thing about that, Brad, is if you can kind of stay semi-close up and over the top, and if you do get in the cars, once you're up and over the top, you can kind of, don't tell any of the officials this, but you can use the cars to draft back into the peloton. And that's, I would hope, what some of those guys are going to be able to do.
This was the service from a mutual support car on the bridge.
He's still on the bridge, though. Oh, man.
Looks like they're going to give him a whole new bike. That's the other bummer. I mean, now not only are you off the back, you're off the back on someone else's ride. Doesn't quite fit right, doesn't quite feel right.
I would, yeah, and at this point, I mean, he's definitely going to be out of the race, and they're going to pull him from the race when he comes back through the start-finish, and maybe it's just to get him back to the start-finish line.
Now riders starting to come unglued. There goes Jonah Killey, the Hubo Scott CT jersey, OTB here. Bridge Road having a much bigger selection being made in a way that Wirtz Avenue just didn't the first time up and over.
It's a telling climb. Like I said, it's so steep at the bottom, you know, to keep anything continued over the top of the climb. And once you finish the climb, you've still got a couple of these pitches that we're going through right now on that circuit that will just eat you alive. So it just, you know, if you don't have the fitness or the ability, it's just going to spit you right out the back. And this is also what's happening here above and beyond Cancer right there. It's just really, really hard race. Patrick Welch is such a fighter. We saw him at Tour de Gila Criterium. He was basically off the front for so much of that second half of the race, solo.
playing the lottery enough, eventually you'll get a winning ticket.
Really?
At least that's what they say. That's the concept behind the whole thing.
I prefer the scratch-offs, the $1 scratch-off, so that's where I'm going to lose my money.
You may have to live to be like 300 years old, but eventually you'll hit. How about that crowd right there? Look at that.
Love it. Taking those left-hand turns, start a nice descent into that pinch point like we saw across the bridge, and then another pitch up, and then another sweeping descent back into town. This is a beautiful road through here, absolutely gorgeous, brand new asphalt, perfect.
Stuff dreams are made of right here.
Yeah, to have the whole road like that, side to side, white line to white line. You can go full gas through here. It's, you know, the first time through, you kind of get a sense you're in the shade into the sun, and those shadows play on you a little bit, but once you get it the first time, next time through, they're just going to be flying.
This is also one where it's you can descend in the group, right? Because you don't really need to worry about the guys in front of you braking or checking up. It's pretty smooth all the way down.
Yeah, almost no brakes whatsoever. Feather them just a little bit. Also got some beautiful course markings out there to celebrate the national championships being here in Charleston, West Virginia for the next couple of years.
It's been cool to watch the support for the race grow along the course. You see more yard signs, more yard parties. People starting to catch on to what bike racing is all about.
Yeah, just like our guest said, you know, the first year kind of getting a concept of what cycling is and what the peloton is and what the caravan is, and then the second time this year now, like, really owning it and making it theirs as well. And they should. This is such a great town and a great city, and we've absolutely loved being here these last 2 years. And yeah, to have the city back us so much, even like I said, all the shops in town have some sort of USA Cycling signage and support. It's just been wonderful.
Picking up the back of the group right here. Guess we'll call this a chase. I think what was the peloton might not be so much anymore.
Just like that, one time over bridge, everyone's exposed.
See these guys fighting onto one of the steepest sections of Bridge Road right here. As our leaders come off and back onto the bridge. Carpenter calmly looking over the shoulder here. There's your chasers. So we'll call it a group of 4, maybe 5, trying to get back up here. I think this is down to 7 on the front. Was 10 when they started Bridge Road.
Yeah, losing Jonah Achille right there at the beginning of the climb for sure. This is our peloton coming through. Single file, definitely pushing hard up and over the bridge.
It's a pretty good gap. Back to the main field. We'll get a time check as they roll back through the line, but single file over the bridge. These will be the last riders, the stragglers, working their way down.
see the makeup of that chase group, Brad. I did see a Lidl Trek jersey in there. Just want to know which one it is.
Kessler 15th across the line that time through, so that's probably going to be Kessler in red and blue. He's in an interesting spot here with Quinn Simmons, a former national champion, on pretty good form coming into this. Got to imagine they'll have something in store for Quinn later on in the day.
Yeah, and Cole is more, he's part of the future racing program for Lidl Trek. So, yeah, having that national championship TT win a couple of days ago is huge for Cole, and definitely a good confidence boost for him coming into today. Based normally in Lake Tahoe, he's done a ton of altitude training there, getting ready for this weekend. Also a student at UCLA. So, you know, just very gifted individual off the bike as well.
Kessler was part of that second group as they came through the line last time. Joining at the front group right now. Just under an hour in so far. This front group not quite as urgent as they were when they first started getting away. They had that new car feeling earlier when the breakaway was just forming. We saw the guys getting really aggressive, short pulls. They were only spending a couple seconds on the front, but much different looking this time along the river.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if they've gotten a time gap, but it'd be nice to see kind of what that makeup is, what's behind them, how close they are. That could be a sense for, you know, reasoning, not necessarily pushing too terribly hard. The gap has been established, and now just rolling it out as one team essentially right now. Just see how long we can keep this out.
So down to just 7 riders in the front group, everybody working. See if they remain 7 with everyone working as they go up and over Wards Ave for the 3rd time now. Just under that bridge up ahead, make the left, and the climb starts. Put a clock on them there and see if we can get a time check back to our main field. Riders hanging out at the back. If you're having a rough day already, it's only going to get rougher. I think this rider we saw coming unglued earlier, but has made it back in. So that proves what we were talking about earlier. You can make it back if you do get dropped on the climbs, but you can do it once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, but you can't do it every lap, that's for sure.
This is a time for Nathaniel Martin. Altovelo, you should probably move up. Alfredo Bueno trying to bridge across right here.
Another super talented rider. Natural on the bike. Watched him have a really good ride at a really unique style of racing. They had the formula fixed. It was a fixed gear race on an indoor go-kart track earlier in the year. Bueno was one of the best out there. He had that natural bike handling skill on the fixie. He was just able to, he had that souplesse, just move his body in a way that most other couldn't. It's a really unique style of racing to race a fixed gear bike on an enclosed go-kart track, but kind of a trailblazer in that. But Bueno had a great ride out in California.
I would think that would lend to a really nice pedal stroke on a fixie like that. Also, any track rider usually has a really high cadence, and just because that high cadence, it kind of lends to a nice, smooth pedal stroke. So it'll be interesting to see if he actually gets across, though.
Well, he's on his way up, has left the group behind, and now trying to make it 8 riders up the road as Legion of Los Angeles is Alfredo Bueno, the next rider to try to join the front group and make it 8 as they make their way onto the Wirtz Avenue climb. So we'll keep an eye on it, let you know when we come back if he made it, with one trying to go across at the National Championships.
Traditional schools weren't built for athletes like you. They box you in, slow you down, dull your dreams. But you don't play by someone else's rules. You're here to push limits, break records,
Well, I cracked.
and own every inch of your journey. US Performance Academy was born to fuel that fire. An online school that aligns with your ambition, respects your grind, balances your dedication to athletics and academics. This is where you learn what you're truly capable of. Let's go. US Performance Academy, official academic partner of USA Cycling. GoUSPA.org.
Welcome back. Live pictures from the USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. We were just watching riders trying to chase their way back up onto the climb when we saw someone who knows a little something about chasing back into the field walking by the booth. We grabbed Jamie Chapman to join us here after a stellar women's race. First of all, welcome in. I'm sure this is much more comfortable than being out on the bike today.
Yes, it is. Very cushy in here.
Hey, so we were really impressed with your ability to chase back on. It seemed like you were able to make up a lot of time on the flats. That
Yes.
run along the river was a major part of your race today. Did you know that going into the day? Were you kind of targeting that section of the course?
Yeah, I definitely knew where my relative strengths are on the rollers and the flats, and kind of took the opportunity when I had it.
Talk to me a little bit about your background. Lauren was telling me a former rower turned cyclist. How did that happen for you?
Was a rower for many years. Stopped doing that and wanted a competitive outlet, so I started bike racing. Yeah, just easy as that.
Where were you rowing?
I was rowing. I was rowing for the U.S. national team.
Nice, trying to
make the 2016 Olympics.
Wow.
And so that was an incredible experience. That finished, and I moved on into focusing on my career and found it was in New York at the time, and I found bike racing in the Central Park Association, and it was awesome.
So with the CRCA.
With CRCA.
Such an amazing program.
It really, really is. Same time that Kristen was racing, so we raced against each other in New York. They teach you everything. It's incredible. They host so many amazing races there, and it really, that's where I got my start.
So is this your first road national championships?
This is my second. I did it 2 years ago.
You did?
Well. Yeah.
How'd that go?
It was good. I mean, it was kind of eyes wide open drinking from a fire hose from the pro road, so I'm much more prepared this year, I would say, and I had an idea of what I wanted to do.
Can you talk to us about the Canal Boulevard and that effort versus the Bridge Road climb, Wirtz Ave climb? Like, what does that sensation feel like? What are these guys going through right now?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're definitely putting out some big wattage right now on this climb. It's just it's harder to hold the wheel for sure. They're on Wirtz right now, so it's about to pitch up. For us, some action really started to happen when the road narrows on Wirtz and it pitches up. And it gets really strung out on that descent. Then when we hit the flats, sometimes our group would sit up a little bit. Other times it was full power on. But, obviously that's where I was able to make up some time and catch up with Emma.
How much time generally were you able to make up? Like, how much time were you counting on being able to make up on the river?
Well, Emma put in some significant time on me on the climbs. So I think I was down maybe 20, 25 seconds.
That's a lot of time to bring back on a flat section.
And the field, we had our the moto with the whiteboard time, so that was super helpful. I mean, they didn't give us they never gave us more than a minute. But about 25 seconds I could try to bridge.
Yeah, and so you've gone back to your Airbnb, you've checked out. Now you're coming back to watch the men's race.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Are you going to go on the climb? Where are you going to be?
Good question. We'll probably just mill about. I've got some family here that came to watch, which is awesome. Nice. So we'll probably grab some food. Yeah, just be around the scene.
And I have one more question. I did meet you at the coffee shop with Kristen Faulkner, and did she give you any advice on today, or I think you were looking for someone for feed?
Yeah, we were looking for someone for feed. We ended up finding someone from Aegis, but Kristen was incredibly helpful. Just her vibe, yesterday, or I guess 2 days ago, super relaxed. Said hi this morning at the start, and then when her group on the final Bridge Road climb, her group caught up, and she's like, I think she said, "Good job," or "Let's go," or something. It was awesome. Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm really trying. So it feels really good, having friends in the race and just having that good support.
All right, where will we see you next?
That's a great question. I'm about to take a mid-season break.
Okay.
So, hopefully at some of the bigger, domestic pro races later this summer.
Well, it was an absolute blast calling your race today. So good to see you out there, and thank you so much for coming in and speaking with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks.
Jamie Chapman with a great race out there today in our elite women's field. You are watching the riders crest the top of Wirtz Avenue right now. They have just made it up and over. So we'll go back out to live images on course, and as you can see, not a whole lot of change up at the front aside from adding a few riders, including what I think is an Ineos jersey up towards the front here. I see some red and orange has made it up the road, I think.
Wow, and that's going to be huge for Ineos Grenadiers, definitely setting themselves up well, only having two in the race today. And anyone that's on the front for that group. And we have, is that Quinn or is that Cole?
That's going to be Quinn Simmons, number 2.
I can't believe they're letting him up the road.
So he must have gone across a 35, 40-second gap, something like that here. So Simmons has now made it up.
Wow.
To imagine this drastically changes the race scenario now that you have a former champion up at the front. Here is Alfredo Bueno, who we're watching trying to make his way across and still locked into the mission.
No doubt. And I'm slightly baffled and speechless that Quinn is up in this break without just full-on panic from behind. Yeah, wow. I cannot wait to see what I'm looking at.
Bueno starting to look maybe a little frustrated. He looked back behind him, shook the head a little bit.
Quinn is a former national champion winner, and he's also won a stage in Catalonia this year on an abbreviated stage. It was raining and they canceled and they moved the finish line essentially, or they decreased the shake of the head there. They decreased the stage, and that's just a testament to his mental strength, because I think the riders had the ability of, we're not going to finish, everyone's going to get the same time.
Yep.
But we're still going to have a sprint finish, or we're going to have a race for those that want to race into the city. These cities pay a lot of money to have the races in these towns, and you want to put on a nice show for everyone involved. And having Quinn basically win that stage is a testament to the mental strength and focus that you have to have when you could essentially just say, no, I'm all right, we're going to call it a day. It's cold, it's wet, it's dangerous, but for him to push forward and take that win is huge. So to have him up here in the break is unbelievable. Oh my gosh.
Hit a little bump there, almost lost it. Recovered though. That's kind of that natural bike handling I was talking about with Bueno. He's just he's someone that's spent a lot of time on the bike, clearly.
Something else I noticed on Alfredo is I don't think he has any bar tape on his bars, it looks like.
No.
Look at his drops.
Yeah, I just saw it. You might be right. See if we can get our moto cam out there, give us an up-close look at his bars. Is it aerodynamics? Is it weight?
I don't know.
Does the bar tape really matter for either of those things?
Yeah, right. That's dangerous. I don't think you're not making any marginal gains there.
These guys are railing corners up and around. That is AJ August, the Ineos jersey that we saw join. So now we've got a couple World Tour jerseys in here, including Quinn Simmons, and now AJ August right next to him.
Yeah, I'm kind of baffled at this. That I'm not baffled that they got across. I mean, that of course they're going to get across. I'm just, I guess, more baffled that the peloton is not just going absolutely bonkers right now to bring this group back. To have that strength up in the front group and to let them up the road like that, whoever missed that is just a huge loss.
Now Patrick Welch on the front of this group is like, this is great. We got two huge engines that just joined us. I'll be happy to ride with them for the next couple hours. See Quinn Simmons looking over the right side of the bridge. He's looking for a gap because they can see the finish line just down over the bridge. That's what all those guys are looking at over the right shoulder. They're trying to just get an idea of where the other riders are. And they would have just missed them coming through the line right now, so they couldn't quite see them. That'll give them a pretty good idea of what the gap is, and it's growing.
Wow. And, the only thing I can think of is that Quinn's going to be doing early work for Cole. I do know from Quinn's social media, he was at home in Durango, Colorado, and I'm not sure if he had an accident or something, but he definitely hit the pavement. Maybe he knows something that we don't, that he's not on top form or going to do the work more for Cole today.
Ryder's going to swing off to the side to take a look. Here are the nearest chasers coming back over right now. These are the guys we just saw going through the line. Little chat on the radio. Update the team on the situation here.
Update from the director, update from team captain, or vice versa. If you're on the front needing a little assistance, or yeah, just getting a sense for where your teammates are. Going through the tunnel of bubbles here.
Keep it fun. Well, this one about the same length as the Wirtz Avenue climb here on Bridge Road, but it seems to be a little tougher. It seems like we've had more separation on the bridge climb than we have on Wirtz.
Mateus Johnson just at the back, starting to really falter.
Look at this crowd up here. Figured out here in Charleston. Wow. That's a crowd and a half.
Peloton starting to pick up a couple of guys here. EF Education, Easy Post, and Avolo at the front right now.
Gotta lift the tempo a little bit.
Look at Cole Kessler back here. He is such a tall guy. You know, he's 6'6". He's such a big guy. Sitting third, fourth wheel, standing up.
Hard to hide at that height. I have to imagine his role is pretty clear-cut at this point with his teammate Quinn Simmons up the road in the breakaway. Really just has to kind of try and get in the way at the front of the field. I don't think he'll try and go across. Really the only outcome I see here for Kessler would be trying to slow things down at the front of the main field, help out his teammate up the road.
He's in a Lauren Stevens role, right? I mean, that's what Quinn's basically saying. I'm going to go up the road. I'm going to do the work, knowing that Cole is back there and ready for anything else that's going to come across. And really, he's basically stating you're in for the second half of the race. And, you know, we'll see if Quinn rolls through with this group and how long he's going to work. Again, conducive to their race plan as these laps go on.
Separation at the back from a long single file line of our front group.
Education definitely pushing on for this peloton through this Bridge Road circuit. Down Loudon Heights Road.
Just looking at a little bit of the timing data here. Interesting to note, we saw the 2 riders join this front group when Simmons and August went across. They went across together. So not only did that field watch 1 World Tour guy go across, they watched 2 World Tour guys go across together. That tells me that they were the only 2 that could go across that gap, right? Those are the 2. Everyone wanted to do it. Obviously, it's like me saying just go catch the leader, but those are probably the only 2 guys that had the legs to do it.
I guess so. Yeah, I mean, I guess we didn't see anybody else go with them. I don't know. My hands are kind of in the air on this one, but yeah, I'll take it. But to me, that just says that one is working for the other. Again, in my mind, I still had that Cole would be working for Quinn, but that to me does not seem to be the case. And the same for Artem and AJ August.
It's a long race. Still,
yeah.
Still a lot of cards to play here. We're in chapter 1 right now. You get a good feel for this descent. He said he barely used the brakes on the way down on this one.
No, none at all. You know, it's just maybe to the pinch point at the bridge, but other than that, it's kind of wide open.
Moto on the right has to get far ahead of the riders. These guys can corner faster than our motorcycles can. You can take these turns at a lot higher speed than the motorcycles with a driver and camera on the back. And so a lot of times our motos have to get ahead of these curves because they know that these guys are going to rail these turns on the way down.
And the only place that we've kind of seen the women even get caught out is right there as they turn off of the descent onto the bridge, having a little bit of pavement issues for Erica Worski back in the women's race. And again, you're going to have a speed limit there with the cones and the tape. So, but they're aware of that. They've seen it. They know what's in store, and just can't get caught out.
Yeah, going over the bridge here was a minute 10. It has now gone up to a minute 50. These guys are almost 2 minutes up the road right now. I guess it is largely due to the addition of those 2 World Tour guys, adding some firepower to the front group, but they're almost 2 minutes up the road right now. This makes me want to ride a bike down a hill, doesn't it?
This hill specifically.
The problem is I don't want to ride up it. That's the issue.
That's where you need to go to a mountain park and just take the lift up. Do hill repeats. Left side of the screen coming across right there. Right-hand turn onto the bridge.
Check over here, but can expect it to get even bigger.
And again, you got to start wondering, these bigger teams, how big is too big of a gap?
Right.
Because of this many riders up the road. And you eventually have to start monitoring that gap effort and asking those in the group as well with the other team members to start putting a one rider at the front, have a concerted effort to manage that gap or decrease it just a little bit. Right now we've got EF Education, A Volo or Easy Post up there doing most of the work through Bridge Road climb and Loudon Heights descent. You know, will they try to incorporate 1 or 2 other teams within that chase?
Johnson, cyclesport.com rider in the white jersey, hanging tough, grabbing a gel here. But this is probably your biggest target in that group. When you talk about favorites in the front group here, Quinn Simmons is at the top of my list.
Oh yeah, 100%.
There's your chase group on the bridge right now. fighting to get back on. Meanwhile, Quinn looking calm, cool, and collected up here.
Rocking the facial hair. Some nice sideburns there. Past Sean Christian right there. These guys definitely know each other again. The Tucson, Arizona cycling scene is a very strong scene in the wintertime. Tyler Stites, we've got Matthew Riccatello down there. So many of these gravel racers now come down there. Sean Christian lives down there. Quinn, Colby, it's the who's who of World Tour likes to show up in the wintertime. The training is phenomenal, and those guys show up to the group rides, and it's all bets off for anybody else that thinks they're going to come close to having a good day. He also splits time in Silver City, New Mexico, where you just were this spring. He likes to get some altitude training there. I do know that. He spends a lot of time. You can always see that on his Strava. And then born and raised in Durango, Colorado. His mom and dad equally as strong. Eventing, always signing up for races. The Iron Horse Bicycle Classic is going on right now in Durango. And I think Holly was at home doing that while Scott was here with the boys.
Well, bike racing's in their blood. A competitive family, that's for sure. Take a look at trying to get a feed.
Cole's dad right there.
It's one of the tough parts about being a World Tour rider coming back over the U.S. You don't have your regular Swan years, right? They don't have you. You don't have them. You really work out a system with your Swannies that you're racing with all season, and then you come back and for the American riders, it's your mom, your dad, your husband, your wife, your friend, your dog, whoever you can get to hand out bottles.
Or a staff that you pay and bring over as well. I mean, you're talking about Michael Garrison doing all of his logistics, and a lot of times for these World Tour guys, they have to do it as well. Try and figure that out, and you know, it's months in advance planning. You know, you're gonna have national championships on your calendar for a reason. Most of these guys spend all their time in Europe during the season, so to come back, especially for national championships, is huge. And you know, the pre-planning that goes into that is crucial.
Chase is on back here. These guys riding single file up the front. We're gonna get a new time check here from the moto board.
This is Project Echelon right now. Instead of chasing, trying to jump across.
Simmons having a little word with Robin Carpenter.
Yeah. You know, like you were saying, how big is too big? And we've probably reached that point. You know, and like you're saying, who's in the group, who makes up the group is just as equally as important. And you're saying when two of these World Tour guys jump across, all of a sudden it kind of nulls the whole reason for getting up the road. You're wanting to get ahead of those guys 2 or 3 minutes, not work with them 2 or 3 minutes.
Are going to roll up here and have a little chat on the climb with Quinn. Not for long though. It's a little dicey on the way up here. Quinn must be planning something. He's talking a whole lot to a whole lot of people.
Always just trying to encourage your fellow breakaway companions.
Looks like those Pinky F jerseys hanging out near the front here as well.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is a tough one, too, when, you have two brothers on two different trade teams. You always want to work for your brother, right? You can't help but cheer on your big bro up the road. But at the same time, you got a job to do.
Well, this was like Alexis and Kendall during the crit. Like, are you, for your team or for your family? And, we were saying if you want a job, you're definitely working for your team. Your family's always going to be there, should always be there. And these guys, they've known that, and it's always nice to race with your brother for sure. And when you remember when Quinn won a couple of years ago, who was the first person to basically jump across the barriers while we were interviewing him, and it was Colby, and how much it meant to Quinn and having his whole family there.
All right, well, gap is down to 1:30 as they begin the Wirtz Avenue climb here. That group's still away, holding on to 90 seconds. We'll bring you the full climb when we come back from this short break.
Competing at the highest level in the sport requires the right training ground, and USA Cycling has found that in Arkansas. Bentonville is the home of the U.S. National Mountain Bike Team. But our statewide network of trails aren't just for elite athletes. We've got a ride for everyone.
Just increasingly more and more, I'm telling people, if you ride mountain bikes or if you want to get into mountain bikes, you got to come here and see for yourself, because you don't really know until you know.
Plan your mountain biking trip to the natural state at arkansas.com.
There's no time to waste in the morning.
That's why you should watch 13 News this morning for fast and accurate weather and traffic every 10 minutes. Plan ahead with real-time traffic and beat the morning rush.
This is a look at what's happening with our traffic drive times. If you're leading out of Hurricane today, going to Charleston, just 21 minutes.
Get the latest on road conditions and alternate routes. Know what's happening with live, local, weather and traffic every 10 minutes.
Weather and real-time traffic every 10 minutes beginning at 4:30 on 13 News This Morning.
It's a party on top of the Bridge Road Climb here at the 2025 USA Cycling Pro Road National Championships. Our elite men just making their way up and over the Wirtz Avenue Climb right now. We were talking before break about the Simmons brothers racing here and how important it is to have that family tie, not only in racing but also off the bike as well. I had a chance to catch up with their dad, who's here supporting him this week yesterday.
Special is it to have your two boys back here racing? That's got to be special for you to watch.
Yeah, it's great to have them in America. Not very many opportunities, and then to, be in the same race together, that's pretty unique. They did it 2 years ago and haven't done it since, so it's special. Yeah.
I notice you also train with the guys when you can. You get out there and ride with them every once in a while. What's that like when they get home and you get a ride with them?
Yeah, it's definitely a privilege to sit on their wheel, and that's what I do. I just sit on their wheel. Yeah, hang on for as long as I can. They don't call me as much as they used to.
What's the relationship like between the two kids? I mean, is there an older brother, younger brother dynamic there?
Yeah, with Quinn's success, Colby's always trying to live up to that a little bit, so I'm sure that's hard for him, yeah.
Any advice you gave the boys before the start tomorrow?
No, we'll do that in the morning.
All right, good luck out there.
Thank you.
You see where Quinn gets the facial hair from.
Oh, man, Scott is just so calm and, reserved. But, when he's talking about Colby trying to live up to Quinn's standards, I think Colby's already made a name for himself. He going to the EF Education A Volo team and then basically getting the call up and going straight to some of the biggest races this spring. Like, I just think I think he's already well on his way to setting his own path. And I would think that Scott and Holly are very proud of him and proud of both the boys. They've been doing, to be in World Tour, both of them, that's huge.
All right, let's go back and show you the Wirtz Avenue climb that they just finished. We'll show you bottom to top of this one, see if there's any separation up and over. There is Quinn, third position in the blue and white Trek jersey.
Michael Garrison just setting the pace. Sean Christian then taking over, and Sean, like we've seen ever since the Breakaway has been established, has definitely been the contributing factor, one of the most contributing factors to the pace into the Wirtz Avenue climb time and time again. So he has definitely done a ton of work for this break already this morning today.
Just under 50 seconds here.
Oh, I thought I read 135.
That's why you're the pro.
Maybe that's why I'm wearing glasses. We'll figure that out anyway soon enough.
How important is that information for these riders out here? I mean, it's probably not going to change much whether it's 45 or a minute 35, however you read it. I mean, they're pretty much just riding their own race in the Breakaway, right?
Well, what's important is to know who's chasing and what that gap is to. Is there a chase group or to the peloton? So it is very important information. They probably have an idea of what the time gap is. I would guess that most of these guys have radios and are talking to a director of some sort, and that has already been relayed to them. That's basically just reinforcements by seeing the whiteboard. A lot of times as an athlete, I really wouldn't totally trust the whiteboard. I mean, you definitely lean on it, you look to it, and you gauge, but you also like to do your own assessment and have your own team assessment, kind of just to reinforce of what it really is, what it truly is, because it could change just by the time that moto gets up to you. So it is a crucial piece of information that they're going to have that.
Not a super scientific method for coming up with those time checks on the road. Basically what they do is radio to each other on the motorcycles along the course. They'll find a mark like the yellow mailbox to the left or the person holding a sign to the right. They'll start the time check when the first moto goes by, and then the second moto with the second group will stop their clock when they get there and announce that to the moto board. They'll write that down and get it out to the riders.
This is actually where I would have expected most of these guys grabbing a feed from, because this is way easier to grab a bottle through here.
Matthew Johnson The Hurt Locker right now, he might be a little too deep to try to grab anything.
We saw him actually suffering a bit on bridge just this lap previous, and he made it back to this group. So he's definitely punching his ticket the wrong way these last couple miles.
We'll see if he makes it back on this time when we pick them up coming off of this Wirtz Avenue climb. Looks like Patrick Welch in trouble this time up as well. So Welch just barely getting dropped before they got to the top there. They're going to go left, and that'll end the Wirtz Avenue climb. As we go back out to live pictures, they have just come off of the climb and onto the flat section along the river here. So in front of the main group right now, we'll go up and look at our breakaway and see if that green jersey made it back in from the Above and Beyond Cancer team, or the white jersey of cyclesport.com with Matthew Johnson.
But again, going back to the whiteboard point, wanting to know who's chasing. So, you know, you can hear your director saying it's Project Echelon and EF Easy Post now both working together. So that is a concerted effort to know that the peloton is really charging at you now. Project Echelon got 3 guys on the front right now, followed by EF Education Easy Post, Volo. Just going to call that one team.
If I'm watching this from the breakaway, or I got a rider in the breakaway, this is looking pretty ominous right now, because once Project Echelon and EF get to work, if they're working together, good night. You're looking at a super team to bring this one back. And I will also say Project Echelon have become experts at chasing breakaways, right? They're so good at just kind of feathering the gap. That's kind of become one of their trademark moves, is to almost let these breakaways go, calling their shot that they'll be able to make the catch before the finish. They're not afraid to give riders time because they believe in their train's ability to bring it back.
Yeah, and it's for the most part been very successful for that team, and they are definitely the strongest team in North America, and now doing a bit more racing over in Europe. They're actually doing a split squad this weekend. They have a team over in Norway starting today, or something like that. Today's Monday. So, you know, that is a strong team, and Eric Hill just continually grows that team just 5% every year. And yeah, if these guys definitely know how to chase down a break and bring it back. And again, I think, you know, when you have Ineos and you've got Legal Trek going up the road, that definitely was a push to get them to go to the front and help EF Education Volo.
So down to 7 in this front group. Those two did not return to the leaders, as we saw Matthew Johnson and Patrick Welch come unglued up Wirtz Avenue, and it looks like that's the last that we're going to see of them in the front group.
Patrick Welch just coming through our shot right there.
This is going to be Patrick Welch coming through and a minute down on the leaders.
Just like that, wow.
There's the front of the field being reported at a minute 30 as they make their way around the corner. You see, once again, these guys, so now at this point, they'll be able to see that field just as they go through that line. That's what they're looking at over their right shoulder.
Looking back at the start finish, they can see the peloton, and again, you can kind of get a quick look at the jerseys and the lineup of the peloton to see who's chasing this. Project Echelon EF Education, Avolo interspersed with one another, and Cole Kessler sitting on that mix.
U-turn there. I think Welch going to go back into this group. There's no reason to exist in no man's land here, so looks like he has given up the ghost on trying to chase back up to the front. He's got to be right in the middle of that gap. If that's 90 seconds, he's about 45 on either side of it. Trying to accelerate from the back. This is why you sag climb. This is why you fight to get to the front. If drop chain, the Project Echelon riders.
Bad luck. Yeah, and if you get caught behind something like that as well, like that stall out is detrimental to your momentum.
How can I be hot and you want me to advance?
So Caleb Clausen there.
Keep an eye on Clausen, see if he gets back up into this group. I hope that doesn't end his campaign at Nationals here. 3 Project Echelon team. Little block party off to the side. See a lot of these neighborhoods along the course come together and have little setup along the main road here.
Yeah, it's a huge parade and celebration out here today.
Yeah, there's a party up there. That's the Bridge Road party that your leaders have just gone up and over. There's the field about to get there. Kessler's second wheel. Would look like.
This moto guy is about to have a fun time.
About to have a good descent on the way down, that's for sure. So that gives you an idea of what that gap looks like. I mean, if you're a rider trying to leave that second group, like even if you have a motorcycle on this climb, it's hard to get up to the front.
Yeah, good luck. And also looking at the makeup of the front of that group, we did have 3 Project Echelon guys on the front as we came through these circuits, but once on the climb proper, it is just EF Education, Avolo up at the front, followed by Cole Kessler, and Cole is essentially just marking anything and disrupting that chase, that organized chase.
That's really all you can do. Yeah. The riders up in the breakaway do what they do best. And see if you can't help them out with a few seconds here or there. Dropped off the back there, but again, most riders should be able to come back on the way down here.
Brendan Brim off the back. You know, you saw him at the very first lap and he was off the back, and we weren't sure if it was just positioning or fitness, but it looks like he's on a not so great day today.
There's your front group. Again, we do have to point out Quinn Simmons in the group. He's wearing Colby Simmons' number. Somewhere along the line, their numbers got switched. So Quinn is wearing number 2. He was supposed to wear number 5. They corrected it on some of the data, but not on all of the data. So sometimes he'll show up as his brother in our data in the graphic system that we're using. But this is Quinn Simmons confirming up in the front group.
And, you know, also we haven't talked much on AJ August. He comes out of that Hot Tubes Devo program, and, you know, I've been told that he's got numbers of Magnus Sheffield. And Magnus, yeah, is one of our top-tier American riders in the World Tour races. And, you know, we haven't heard a whole lot from AJ August, again, getting thrown in the deep end and just learning the rhythm and the racing that's out there for him. And, you know, going from these the development teams into the elites is a really, really big jump for these guys. You know, it takes a while for them to get the rhythm and the feel and the intensity of that elite racing. Plus, there's just so much more racing, so much longer racing and harder. So, you know, give that guy some time. I hope he's signed for another couple of years with Ineos Grenadiers, and yeah, he can definitely prove to be a successful racer.
Back of the group right here. Gotta give a shout out to Nathaniel Martin, the Alto Velo rider here at the back. I mean, he's been hanging on to the back of this group like pretty much all day. Number 77 here.
He, you know, you do a lot of work at the back, sometimes just as much, if not more, than on the front. You know, the yo-yo effect that they like to refer to. But yeah, good on him for still being there.
Descending with our leaders now.
I wouldn't imagine that Sam Boardman would be doing any work up here anymore once we saw Project Echelon essentially trying to chase back. His team director is going to tell him, look, sit on, we just need everything we can out of you now. You might be it. So, you know, we need all that of you we can get and save everything you have until we can get someone across to you.
Sam Boardman's a very savvy bike racer. He's a tactician through and through for sure. So he'll understand the strategy needed here. Sam Boardman's one of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet, but he's also one of the most vicious bike racers you'll ever meet, right? Like, it's all business on the bike, but he'll give you the wheels from right out under him. If you have a flat bike, he'd be the guy that would stop and give you his bike if he needed. But when he's got a job to do, man, he is unstoppable.
No doubt, and he and his wife, Jess Sarah, a former teammate of mine, they put on a race in Whitefish, Montana, a gravel event, and they fundraise for grants for young women athletes. And, you know, he's always given back to his community, and like you said, he's so well spoken, as you know, too, and a good team leader, good team presenter. You know, you want him at all your VIP events. Yeah, he's your guy.
Front group. Quinn Simmons leading them through. And back on the bridge. Still looking back over the shoulder for any info he can get. About 2 hours of racing here. Chance to recover here along the river. Simmons going to go to the back. And here's your chasers onto the bridge.
This looks like Hugo Scala Jr. leading this peloton into the right-hand turn across the bridge.
We really got to be careful on that setup as well. Sharp drop off on the left side as they approach, kind of setting up for that outside turn. Got to make sure you don't swing too wide left. Talking about these riders at the back. This is why you don't hang on the back. That whiplash effect, just had to put in a little effort there, but they've been doing it for coming up on 2 hours now. Hasn't affected them yet, at least that we can see, but AJ August up to the front now for the Ineos squad. He's had a great entrance into the highest level of the sport here as well. August making that jump up to the next level, and really seems like he's earning his place over at Ineos.
Yeah, and talking about 2 hours of racing at the back, how about racing at the front for Sean Christian? Like, he was in the early move and has been there the entire time. And again, talking about him basically setting the pace and tone of this breakaway group.
Yeah, Sean Christian definitely gets the most aggressive rider award so far. He was the catalyst that started this move. Remember, these guys attacked from the gun. We saw the first split really starting to go as soon as the whistle went off and they left the line. And it's pretty much been breakaways and chasers and bridgers ever since.
And what I love about seeing Robin Carpenter here, if you were to look at his social media, he actually said, you know, this isn't his year. He had posted his result from last year and said, don't expect me to be there this year. But, you know, you pin a number on that guy and you put him on a start line, and for some reason, I think he forgot what he had posted on social media. So good to see that he is here and at the front and continually rolling through with the group. Quinn just missing that feed right there. This is such a fast location to try and grab a feed. There will probably be another feed opportunity on the climb, but yeah, this is a hard one to feed through.
Nice view from that boat, trying to keep up with these guys. I think they're leaving it behind. You're a few horsepower short of being able to keep up with the front group at the national championships.
Different drag coefficient, Brad.
Not quite as arrow as a fully kitted out AJ August. Back to short poles up here. See Robin Carpenter just spent a few seconds up there. It's a constant rotation up on the front now. And you're right, there are passengers in here. I think it's really like 4 guys working, because here's Simmons and August back up to the front. So Boardman not doing anything in there.
Cole just popping out, grabbing a feed right there. Successfully grabbing 2. EF still on the front with Project Echelon, followed by Competitive Edge, Brody McDonald behind him, Golden State Blazers team.
McDonald, another product of that Evolo squad, who has since merged their Devo program with the EF Education squad. Project Echelon definitely wants to bring this one back. They are working hard at the front of the field. Sam Boardman not working in the breakaway, so it is pretty clear that they have their marching orders, and does not involve trying to make this breakaway work for Sam Boardman. So they're going to start reeling this one back in, doing what they do best, chasing breakaways slowly but surely.
And you got to think that they're probably working for Kieran Hogue, because Kieran has had such a successful spring campaign. Those guys winning Tour of the Gila, and Kieran again kind of more of a Devo rider, really coming to his own form with this team now.
guys at the back. Not sure if Garrison is working in this group. Right in the purple jersey. It's about to be his turn once August pulls off. See how long he spends up there, although it's a different scenario once they begin to climb onwards Avenue here. He's working. Garrison will contribute.
Bit of conversation going on right there.
EF's like, you guys are doing great.
Yeah.
Keep it up. I'll just sit right here.
I'll
right,
do my
right
part when
behind
I
you.
can. Yeah.
Competitive edge, I think, back there right behind EF. And now they'll make the turn onto Wirtz. Gap is pretty much holding for those guys up the road. We'll see if anything changes as they go up and over Wirtz. Again, we'll bring you the full climb when we come back from a few words from our sponsors here at the 2025 USA Cycling Pro Road National Championships live on FloBikes.
Traditional schools weren't built for athletes like you. They box you in, slow you down, dull your dreams. But you don't play by someone else's rules. You're here to push limits, break records,
Well, I cracked.
and own every inch of your journey. US Performance Academy was born to fuel that fire. An online school that aligns with your ambition, respects your grind, balances your dedication to athletics and academics. This is where you learn what you're truly capable of. Let's go. US Performance Academy, official academic partner of USA Cycling. GoUSPA.org.
It is so.
Folks enjoying the day on the Kanawha River. I'm a little jealous of the boaters and jet skiers out there getting to cool off along some beautiful waterfront along the course, and they're going to get an up front and close look at the line today as they make their way back over. Meanwhile, joined in the booth by Niall Paul, partner at our presenting partner here at the National Championship at Spillman, Thomas, and Battle. Welcome into the booth. I know you had a chance to get out there and watch the elite women's race earlier
absolutely.
today. We were talking about that in break. How cool was that?
It was very cool, especially since we adopted the winner when she won the Olympics. It was Charleston celebrated.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
Our hometown girl won again,
Good.
according to Charleston.
Great.
It was so fun. What a great race.
Talk to me about why Spillman Thomas Battle decided to get involved with the national championships here. Obviously, we get a chance to show Charleston off to the world, and I'm sure you guys are proud of your city.
Absolutely, and I will tell you, it's funny. Many of the folks that work at Spillman were fans of cycling to begin with, but our office is right on the boulevard. Got to see a lot of it going on. Time trials started right at our building.
Oh, cool.
And then a bunch of us are up on the hill watching it, and it was an easy decision. We want this back here year after year after year, and anything we can do to help the city, but to also help the cyclist, we decided pretty early it was something we had to do, and could not be more excited to do.
I know the commitment is there as well, as you said, year after year after year. You guys want to see this coming back.
Sure
One of the
do.
great things we love about coming to towns like Charleston is we get to create fans like
Yeah,
you. I know you
100%.
talked about after watching it last year, you're starting to learn a little bit more about the sport. You said you were a CrossFitter, but you're a cycling fan. Now, we haven't quite got you into the kit and the shorts yet, so we're working on it.
Fair play. I have a CrossFit kit.
Okay, that's good. That's half the battle,
Yeah,
man.
you are halfway there.
Getting into the spandex is half the battle
That is
of
half the
becoming
battle.
a cyclist.
I need a big saddle though.
No. Look, all these bikes, they have brakes. You can go up the hill as fast as you want and down the hill just as fast as you want.
I love it. No, it's so exciting to see, and it's actually the CrossFit box I belong to. This morning we did Murph for Memorial Day, which is a massive workout. Celebrating that or honoring that individual, but man, they're all out here after that. And Amy, our mayor, did the CrossFit Murph yesterday and then walked the course.
Nice.
And then after doing a mile, 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, 300 squats, and then another mile, then she got out and walked the course. So our mayor is something to be very proud of, and
Now,
she's a fan.
You're slacking, man. You got
I know. I'm
You've
down here.
just done one workout.
I'm
Come
at the
on.
free food tent over here.
Well, hey, that's the other great part about the bike race, right? It's not just about the bike racing.
Right.
There's great food. There's great entertainment. We had bands live on the levee
That
down
is
here
so
in the
awesome.
evening. One of
Yeah.
the great the gems of Charleston.
100%, and up on the hill. Thank you for that, because live on the levee is a wonderful thing. But even up on the hill, there's a celebration up there like is fabulous, and people are greeting the cyclists when they get up there, and then they're sprinting over to have them on the downhill on the Loudon Heights. So it's wild. It's nice to see the effort of the fans to celebrate the effort of these cyclists.
Nice.
Well, you guys granted them the platform to welcome the cyclists to town. So we thank our presenting partner at Spillman, Thomas, and Battle, and we thank Niall Paul for spending some time with
Thank
us
you
in
very
the
much.
booth here. I know
appreciate it.
you're a newly minted cycling fan, so I'll let
Indeed.
you put your CrossFit kit on and get out there and start
go
cheering.
run up the
Grab
hill,
a bike.
right?
Can I borrow this bike?
You sure can.
I think that's Kristen Faulkner's bike right there, still in our booth. So
I might not give it back.
we'll look for you on the broadcast. Niall, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for all that you
Appreciate
do.
it.
And
Yeah,
of course, thank you to
Thank you
Spillman,
so
Thomas,
much.
and Battle, our presenting partner here at the
We'll
USA
hope to
Cycling
be it for
National
a very long
Championships.
time.
All right, we'll see you next year.
Thank
Same
you.
time, same place. Thanks,
All right.
Niall.
Thank you.
All right, you were looking at the climb up Wirtz Avenue. They have just gone up this while we were in break and talking with Mr. Paul here briefly. There's the top group mostly staying together, up and over. Slightly missed feed there. We did see Michael Garrison saying, "That's it for me. When you're done, you're done."
Yeah, smiles on his face too. You know, expectations. In reality, you know, for him, he's done what he could, and probably for what he's here for is to get his name on the broadcast, and that has happened, and calling his day.
So then there were 6.
Time gap 1:30. So, you know, all the chasing that's happening behind, they haven't quite made that much time. So I'm guessing last time through when we were looking at that time gap and guessing was that 50 seconds or a minute 35 or whatever. So it's kind of kept that same distance, same time gap. We'll see if that, you know, is that going to change this time through up Bridge Road?
I really do think Project Echelon is feathering this gap. The fact that it's just been so consistent at the same time over and over. It's too weird to be a coincidence.
Yeah, feathering it with 3, that is very much a possibility, and a bit of a change up at the front now. We see it looks like the Golden State Blazers up there. Project Echelon definitely 3 on the front. EF, Education, Easy Post, and Avolo have changed. You don't really see much of them now.
The other part of this is if you just let this breakaway go, it'll almost take care of itself, right? It's already gone from 10 to 6. So as the race goes on and gets harder, the breakaway will naturally fall apart and start to lose momentum. So they don't need to panic yet.
This just doesn't look like feathering to me, Brad. I mean, this position, this bike position, this intensity, the way the peloton is lined out. But I could be wrong, but I think this is a proper effort here, at least wanting it to be a more manageable distance. Also have Legion of Los Angeles sitting 5th wheel there.
You're right about this, Reed. This is a heavy effort on the front there. It doesn't look like a relaxed group.
But again, you've kind of now have your advantage of having Sam there. Also, Legion of Los Angeles, Robin Carpenter not really doing a whole lot of work. Kelly Benefits also potentially sitting on a bit. Sean Christian was kind of the one that was still rolling through with Quinn Simmons and AJ August, and now maybe even that has subsided.
So a couple bunny hops over that one. Remember, Boardman and Carpenter are former teammates on that Legion of Los Angeles team. Sam Boardman spent a good bit of time with them alongside Robin Carpenter, so they'll know each other well, know their riding styles, know their strengths. Big effort for Project Echelon up here. Abbreviated group here as well. We start with 98 riders on the start list today. Probably down to 50 or 60 left in this group. Here come your leaders back onto the finish stretch. Quinn Simmons going to lead them through.
So Quinn has missed the feed zone 2 times, two separate laps through the Canal Boulevard feed zone. We'll see if he tries to go for that feed again, or if he decides to pivot to the Wirtz Ave climb feed zone and see if he can't get something up there. First, they have to go up and over Bridge Road again.
I'm surprised we haven't seen cars here if the gap is a minute 30. Typically, the officials let cars into the gap here. I'm wondering if they just can't get the cars through the field here. That's the problem. Talk to me about how that works, Lauren, for people that aren't familiar with how you get a car up to the breakaway. So they're reporting a minute 10 gap as they come through the line. But if you're a team director and you've got a rider in this breakaway, you want to get up there and help them. Do you just drive up and start handing out bottles?
No, you definitely have to wait for permission. That is one of those first cars right behind the peloton. There's a very organized group behind the peloton. This is a very safe environment for a reason. Tons of rules and regulations within this rolling enclosure. There's so many police officers, motos, TV motos, photo motos. There's a lot going on, but there is organized chaos from behind. So there's they basically leave the left lane open for any team cars that are trying to get up to their breakaway athletes, and they have to wait for permission from the official to give them the okay to move up. And again, they're not going to do that until it's at least a 1 minute gap and a safe zone to pass. rider safety is the utmost important in these races, and something that USA Cycling is very diligent about and concerned with. So, yeah, and it's a very controlled environment within this group. So, yeah, once they get up there, the car and rider get very close to one another, and these riders are so comfortable being around vehicles, and all of the drivers have also been through some sort of schooling to know the rules and regulations and to know what that looks like. But you know, if you talk to any of the directors and mechanics that are in those team cars, that is something that they always worry about and talk about. Half the time they're looking up the road, half the time they're looking in every one of their rear view mirrors to know what cyclist is around them, because they're surrounded by athletes, and you know, one move of a car is such a big vehicle, you know, and versus a cyclist. So yeah, it's a controlled dance.
A lot of times people get really freaked out when they ride in a caravan car for the first time going down the descents the way that directors ride. I feel so comfortable because I know they're some of the best drivers in the world, right? I would trust a team director to drive me anywhere.
You're tailgating essentially for 4 hours today.
Yeah.
While you're on the radio, while you're listening to a different radio, while you're feeding riders bottles, while you're getting numbers and having a race strategy. You know, those drivers are phenomenal in what they're doing, multitasking. Yeah, it's a roller coaster ride to ever. Take it in a lap in a race, take it in a TT. It's just,
take some Dramamine first and then take it.
It's command central, right? You sit in there and you just see all the things that are going on. It's really great.
Rio Grande attacking up Bridge Road here out of the field. Project Echelon going to lose control out of that group. And now Rio Grande Elite Racing in the red jersey having a go at it. Got a gap, holding it. Jade Rhoda, the Rio Grande Elite Cycling team. What do we think of this move, Lauren?
I like it. When we saw the gap was only right at a minute through the start-finish line, you got to think that it's starting to inch its way down, and maybe he is sensing that there is a drop-off in any of the Project Echelon guys in their efforts, or EF Education, A Volo, the chase might be slowing down a bit, and so play into your strengths and knowing when you can attack, and if the climb is his place to go, he's got to go. To the front of our lead group here, Robin Carpenter rolling through. So a little bit more of a group effort again.
It looks like this group may be sensing the threat behind them and thinking, all right, we need to work a little better together here. They're starting to move some cars out from in between that gap. You just saw that C5 moto go through. That'll be one of the police motos that's kind of a marker in the caravan. That means they're starting to move those forward, which might mean that this gap is starting to come down.
And if we know the time gap, surely that they also know that time gap. And one of the reasons Robin Carpenter could be working here is to reestablish that gap, to kind of keep the cars there. You know, you just as Project Echelon is feathering, as we're talking about that gap, so can the break. You know, you see 2 or 3 of those guys sitting on, and then all of a sudden, this is getting a bit close, and we've still got 5 laps to go. You know what? I'm gonna recontribute my efforts because I want to be out here a little bit longer for my team.
That's the kind of veteran insight that riders like Robin Carpenter bring to a breakaway. Like, hey guys, you want to keep getting these easy feeds? You want to keep eating for the next 2 hours? Well, we need to keep this gap above a minute, otherwise they're going to take our car away.
Exactly.
Looks like Road on the way back here. Despite a valiant effort off the front, gotta respect the move.
Yeah, play your card if that's what you have. And, you know, I'm guessing that's kind of the move that he was going to be able to use and make for his team. Don't give up yet. How many times did we see in the women's race that just you were 10 seconds? Jamie Chapman, for example, was 10 seconds in front of the peloton, and they let her back out again.
It can be done. Just got to buy that lottery ticket. Road not going to have the winning numbers today, but live to fight another day. Hopefully sit back into that group, relax, recover, and maybe try and have another go at it. Once again, sitting at the back here. Just business, not here to make any friends, not here to be nice, not the time or place to be polite. Boardman has his marching orders, and you know, Sam Boardman wants to be a nice guy in the breakaway, but more importantly, he wants to be the best teammate that he can be. That's mission number 1 for him.
Yeah, he's just doing his job, and that's a known factor at this level of racing, especially when you have your teammates chasing on. Nothing like chasing down the break and you see your teammate roll through on the breakaway, and you're like, well, hey, man, what are you doing? We're trying to got a plan here. And,
don't you have the same
Sam,
radio I do?
yeah. Sam's definitely an ultimate professional.
These guys just about halfway through the race now with the addition of the 2 opening circuits and then the 8 laps of the pro course. They'll have a little under 2.5 hours of racing remaining from here. I love this shot coming down off the bridge. See what I was talking about off to the left side, how quickly that drops down if you swing a little too wide. August is going to lead him through. This is a good corner to come watch. Of all the corners on this course, that's an exciting one.
Yeah, you get to see them going into the climb and then coming off, and that was what Niall was talking about, being able to be on Bridge Road on the uphill and catching that, and then going across to Loudon Heights and catching the descent. It's a lot more, I bet you can see a lot more of those guys going on the uphill than downhill.
Yeah, down to 55 seconds now.
Across the bridge. move by Rio. Like Jade Rowe trying to jump across. And, you know, at this point, Brad, I would kind of wonder why they just don't add one in with Project Echelon and with EF Education, Avolo, instead of trying to jump across. I know the gap is only minute and a half, but I think your best bet is to kind of leave your guy in a pocket and use another one to help and assist. Because all you're doing here is when you put an attack is essentially like nullify the chase group. No one wants to chase and let someone attack across, right? It just kills the momentum. So those guys need to really just get in there and work. And it looks like EF Education Avolo is kind of saying that. Like,
this is the meeting happening in front of our eyes right now. They're like, look, you can't just send Jade Rowe up the road to do this. We all need to contribute here. Yeah, look, now Project Echelon's like, come on, guys, come on. It's not a hard plan to understand. I mean, the strategy is not anything groundbreaking or secret or anything like that.
But every team has their own plan, and it's okay to have different plans. It just sometimes it is more favorable to your race to work with other teams versus trying to jump across. And it looked like the Project Echelon car was just coming through that gap right there to go to talk to Sam. Another missed feed right there from Quinn.
Wow.
And again, if he's missing these feeds over and over, and if he's not getting a feed up on Wertz Ave, that's going to be pretty detrimental to his late race abilities. If you start losing that nutrient to effort ratio. Just saw something similar in the Giro. It looked like the feed bag of one of the riders had actually broke, and it went back on the guy's back wheel. He was able to save it, but losing all of the bottles and feed, and just thankful really to keep it upright. So you know, it's not the easiest thing to do just to grab those bags, and usually they tie a knot off on the end of your loop, and so you essentially run your hand up to the top of that loop, and that is your secure point.
See, that would be one of the things that your local soigneur wouldn't. That's a professional trade secret. You know, it's something that your whoever you recruited in America to help you for. It's something you're used to, but you might not get here.
Again, Project Echelon on the front with 2. Followed by Golden State Blazers with 1 competitive edge behind that. Team California, Tyler Stites behind him. One of the Team California riders that we should be looking at is Marcus Shelton. Marcus had a really breakthrough ride, I'd say, at Levi's Fondo off the front, and getting a top 5 there with those guys. Another development rider.
It's a group looking around here again. Onto Wertz. Simmons going to lead him up this time.
which looks like it's for Quinn Simmons. Looks like his bike on top of the car. And when you're in the break, you can get right up to the cars. Right up to the riders, excuse me.
Yep. Tight place to feed here.
Yeah, but he's missed three
quick,
feeds.
he's gotta get something.
Yeah. So what the car can do is essentially stop at that feed zone, pick up whatever it was, and do a quick handoff here. You can actually like tie on some of the gels to the bottles as well, so he can get multiple things in one grab.
Gap coming down a little bit, 45 seconds the gap now. So we'll keep an eye on a shrinking gap as it goes down to 45. Project Echelon continuing to try to chase on the front of the field. We'll let you know what happens when we come back from this.
Competing at the highest level in the sport requires the right training ground, and USA Cycling has found that in Arkansas. Bentonville is the home of the U.S. National Mountain Bike Team. But our statewide network of trails aren't just for elite athletes. We've got a ride for everyone.
Just increasingly more and more, I'm telling people, if you ride mountain bikes or if you want to get into mountain bikes, you got to come here and see for yourself, because you don't really know until you know.
Plan your mountain biking trip to the natural state at arkansas.com.
There's no time to waste in the morning.
That's why you should watch 13 News this morning for fast and accurate weather and traffic every 10 minutes. Plan ahead with real-time traffic and beat the morning rush.
This is a look at what's happening with our traffic drive times. If you're leading out of Hurricane today, going to Charleston, just 21 minutes.
Get the latest on road conditions and alternate routes. Know what's happening with live, local, weather and traffic every 10 minutes.
Weather and real-time traffic every 10 minutes beginning at 4:30 on 13 News this morning.
Welcome back to Charleston along the Kanawha River as our riders making their way up and over Wirtz Avenue. We are being joined in the booth by a very nervous Zach Gregg of the Project Echelon Racing team, their performance director, who has been monitoring his riders out in the break. Zach, just joining us in the booth here. How you feeling with the situation right now for Project Echelon?
I'm feeling all right.
Okay.
I trust these guys. They're strong. They're experienced. They scare us every race, so this is no surprise that they're seemingly a little on the back foot, but when racing resumes, when that break gets close, our guys will be ready to jump across.
Tell us about your role as a performance director. What does that mean? What do you do for the team? What's your job at Project Echelon?
Yeah, so everyone has their own coach, but I'm the catch-all. So the bridge between carbs fuel and our riders' instruction on how to use it. And that extends to the greater community of Project Echelon. So I'm the how-to guy as much as anything. We trust our tires, we trust our equipment because it's all been tested and verified, and that's really my job.
We've been watching this front group. You were commenting earlier that you know and work with a lot of those riders that were in that front group earlier, and you were kind of marveling at just how hard it's been early on here.
This has not been an easy breakaway at all. And there's wind out on the river road. These climbs are tough. It's getting warmer. So what we'll see is kind of just what we saw on this climb is a little bit of a breakdown in some of these riders. When guys get tired, the front group will go slower and the rear is still fresh and ready to go. And so we'll see a connection before too long.
We're watching the riders on Wirtz Avenue right now on the way up. What's the biggest factor in the race today from a performance standpoint? I mean, physiologically, what's the most challenging part of this national championship course?
I think we always talk about heat and fuel. And so our guys are training to be prepared for this kind of heat and even warmer days like we had last year. And fueling, if you run out of gas in the engine, then it's kind of over for you. So we have great sponsors that are fueling these guys. They have no problem. They have tons of food in their pockets and in their bottles. So it's up to them to push the cranks, and put in their mouth.
We've actually seen Quinn miss 3 feeds each lap right on Canal Boulevard on the River Road like you're talking about. And so how crucial that is, and is he able to pick something up again on the Wirtz Ave climb or somewhere else from his team car? Yeah, like you're saying, that's such a crucial part of the day.
Yeah, and we hope that's not going to be a factor. So he seems like a dialed rider. He seems like he's going to find a bottle somewhere, either from his team or his brother's team, and he should be just fine.
Talk about a couple of the other athletes that you coach. I mean, because, you know, I was just talking that you've got a couple of athletes on different teams, but yet you're allegiant to Project Echelon right now.
For sure, yeah. I've worked with Gavin Hlady the last couple of years, the U23 champion. Patrick Welch, who was represented in the break, we worked together since he was U23 time trial champion in 2022. Yeah, and kind of a variety of guys. So it's been my pleasure to transition from racing professionally myself to being a coach and being an advocate for these guys.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, just really excited to see the race play out. And
we're watching the Wirtz climb right now. Sam Borgman having a little bit of trouble here. Tell me about the sort of the guidelines that you give riders on a day like today. Like, in general, how much are you telling them to consume in terms of fuel, water? How often should they be eating and drinking on a day like today?
Yeah, so our guys, you don't start out with it, but they're expected to consume about 150 grams of carbohydrates an hour, so 600 calories between the gels and the bottles that they're drinking. And it's warming up. So these climbs are stale air. It's warm, humid air. So they're at about a liter of water an hour that they're drinking, so 2 bottles an hour.
And talk on Project Echelon also having a paracycling component. So have you been here all week with that team as well? Because that's another important piece of your program.
Yeah, so Project Echelon is a professional racing team, but it's also a veterans nonprofit. And so I've worked with some of the para-athletes. So Justin Mathers is one of my personal athletes, and so he was able to take home some national championship earlier in the week. But having those guys rooting for us and being able to advocate for them in turn is a huge part of Project Echelon's mission to educate, equip, and empower our military's veterans. So on a day like today, our guys hopefully have an extra gear. They've gotten the messages of support from people that we support.
Nice. Yeah.
And so we're hoping to all uplift and cheer for Project Echelon because the guys all work within the veteran organization to advocate and support the military veterans that we work with. So it is a rising tide lifts all ships. So
you have a former teammate of mine in Sean Morelli and another one of your national champions this week. Talk a bit about her result.
Yeah, she's just a fantastic athlete, and we love and support Sean, and Sean has been to world championships and continues to be a beacon that other veterans can strive to to chase after, right? Because she's not slowing down.
No way.
Well, it's a great mission and a great team, and hopefully you guys walk away with some great results today. I'll let you get back out there and start slinging some carbohydrates. I'm sure
Fingers crossed.
you got some work to do for these guys, so congratulations on all the success so far, and we wish you the best for Project Echelon.
Thanks, y'all.
so much, Zach. Yep.
That's Zach Gregg, Performance Director at Project Echelon. As we go back to live images out with the group on course, that group has just come off of Wirtz Avenue. You saw them earlier as we watched Sam Boardman come off the back. It is now down to just 3 riders remaining here, including Quinn Simmons, who finally got his feed. We saw him eating from the musette bag a little bit earlier on Canal Boulevard, so Simmons finally got those calories and carbohydrates that he's been hunting all race.
Well, it's interesting to hear Zach Gregg say that these guys are riding so hard, and when he refers back to some of the riders that he helps and coaches, and, you know, again, Zach fresh out of the Peloton, so he knows firsthand what it takes. And what we're seeing on TV, they make it look so easy. But yeah, just to say that they are just going so hard, and he's getting.
It's Dad.
Yes,
Yeah,
Dad.
just had to get that feed from Dad.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, just again, like, throw it over your shoulder, quickly exchange those bottles, get some fuel, and you can ditch the musette, and Dad can run up there and catch it and refill it. And again, you know, Zach's talking about how it's starting to warm up. The women had a nice cloud cover started in the morning, and that cloud cover essentially dissipated right around 9:30 or 10 o'clock, and the sun's coming out. It's good for, again, just good for the spectators. It's a comfortable temperature, but every 5-10 degrees will make a difference and really start to play a factor at the front of this group of 3 now.
Called 4.
All right. And who is it? It's Robin Carpenter. If I had to imagine anybody that's going to fight to the very bitter end, it's going to be that guy.
Carpenter, again, this is the guy that's going to bring it back on the flats. He won't do it on the climb. He's going to get probably dropped on every climb from here on out. Typically, once you get dropped one time, you don't get any better at climbing over the next couple hours. So Carpenter's going to have to do his work on the flats to get back up here. And then not his coach, not his director, but I would advise sit on this one. No reason for Robin Carpenter to work if you're already getting dropped on climbs.
Yeah, exactly. But even just the fact of trying to sit on those climbs is now going to just be harder and harder. If he's lending towards out of the back of this group, his time is limited.
Race Radio reporting Sam Boardman not quite out of this one yet. They're saying 10 seconds for Boardman, which coming off the climb's pretty good. He just got, oh, there he is right there. You can just see him at the back of the picture here. So Carpenter probably did exactly what Boardman's about to do here. They didn't get dropped until just before the top of that climb. We saw him come unglued about 200, maybe 300 meters before they got to Wirtz Avenue.
And I remember talking last year to Sean Quinn and Brandon McNulty and Nielsen Palace, and all those guys were basically saying that they were cramping the last lap and a half. So, you know, just like Zach is talking about fueling and heat acclimation, like surely that is going to start to play a factor in these last 4 laps.
Boardman fighting hard as he rolled through the line there. Won't be surprised at all to see him back in here. Corkscrew back up onto the bridge.
Robin just using that momentum.
Yeah, great bike handling for Robin Carpenter.
I am not touching my brakes at this point. Also, an interesting point that Zach had was that the wind was picking up on Canal Boulevard, so on that flat portion out and back along the river, and how that will play a factor into the finish of this race.
We're starting to feel a little breeze here in our commentary booth for the first time today. It's like a little bit of overcast clouds starting to move in as well. That might cool things down a little bit for these riders. Back up Bridge Road.
Henry Neff. Kelly Benefit Cycling is having a great ride here today, too, being up there representing his team basically the entirety of this break.
And the Kelly Benefits team is a really great development pipeline. There have been so many super strong riders that have come through that program. You know, they have Nima Brahimajad out there, kind of their director, coach, and general mentor for a lot of those kids as well. But you're absolutely right. Neff having a great day. He was one of the first guys that started this breakaway. I remember leaving the line. Henry Neff, actually, I think the second guy to go away today. And now he's found himself isolated in a pretty strong breakaway.
Getting a good look at Sam Boardman here and the effort that it takes to start the Bridge Road climb. It is so steep at the base of this climb. First, I'd say 200 or 300 meters, all in red.
Field coming over the bridge now. I think that is Brunner in second spot. Not many riders left in that group either. 20, maybe 30 guys. Look at this. Carpenter getting gapped off. Simmons says that's enough of that.
Wow.
And again, to be expected. I don't think anyone expects Robin Carpenter to stay with this group, but you see how quickly Quinn read that and said, you know, as soon as that gap went to like 2 bike lengths, he was gone. See, Carpenter fought back up.
They're almost over the worst of this climb. They come around the corner, maybe another 100, 200 meters, and it starts to plateau out just a little bit. But then, like I said, it rolls across the top. So just when you get a little bit of reprieve, you look up and you see another 20, 30 meter kicker. And if just, you got to have the mental toughness to say, one more time, I can do this.
So Quinn Simmons, AJ August, Henry Neff, and Robin Carpenter. Your 4 riders on the screen here for now. As Robin Carpenter yo-yoing back and forth off the back, but right now he's in the good part of the yo.
And he was on the podium last year, right down to the end. He was in the break again last year and fought his way to a podium spot. Excuse me, not to a podium spot, top 5. So yeah, again, someone that just knows how to suffer, even when he gets dropped, just to continue racing forward.
Carpenter made it up and over.
Pushing the pace just a little bit. AJ August sitting second wheel. Let's see if everyone rolls through here. I can't imagine Robin Carpenter would really contribute at this point if he keeps getting tailed off. I think he'd kind of save that for whatever is left. Just try and get drug around until he essentially gets dropped. AJ pulling off, looking over. Henry Neff still pulling, taking his fair share of turns.
Hastener. Gap at 55 seconds now for these guys. Carpenter going to go back to the front. Looks like he's ready to get back to work here in the group.
Yeah, not going to work, but always going to keep good position. But Quinn and AJ quick to just move right on through that.
Everybody bobbing those shoulders side to side. Much looser looking group than it was the first few times up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Quinn's too far behind on fueling, like Zach was talking about, seeing that he missed those 3 feeds. He was able to get a couple of bottles from the team car, but is that going to be enough to sustain him through the finish? Like, we talk how hard this race is, so much attrition out here today, and you know, will he just run out of fuel, or does he have so much stamina left that he'll take it to the end?
Oh, 4 great riders up in this group. I think Henry Neff having the best ride out of anyone today. He certainly got the most to gain out of this group, as he's riding with a couple World Tour guys and one of the journeymen of American bike racing as well.
Yeah, this would be a stellar ride for Henry, and again, like you're talking about that development team and program, and yeah, it's you know, just going to pay dividends for him to be up here, us talking about him, talking about his team, and something that will hopefully sustain him a couple more races.
Some recent success at the legendary Wilmington Grand Prix up in Wilmington, Delaware. Got a win there this year, so gives him a little bit of confidence headed into the day today.
We talk about development, you know, we were talking about AJ August, Magnus Sheffield coming through that Hot Tubes program. Well, Henry coming out of the Lux program, which was another great program, junior program that is no more. But you know, both of those programs just know how to find amazing talent and cultivate that talent and send them on their way, right?
And they almost never miss. It's like you can almost guarantee if a rider rode on that team, they're probably racing at a higher level at this point.
Exactly.
Calming down for this group of 4. After Carpenter fought back on, they didn't lose anyone that time up and over Bridge Road. They're going to take a right at the bottom of the bridge here and head towards Wirtz, where that may not be true this time.
The bridge seems to be the place that everyone looks over their shoulder to get a gauge of where the peloton is. Either they're going over the bridge to Bridge Road Climb and they can look back to the start-finish line, or they take the right like they've just done, and I just saw Quinn looking back to try and get a sense for where the peloton's coming down the road. I wouldn't imagine you'd be able to see too much over his shoulder, but you know, you never know. You know they're coming after you, so always getting a sense for that feeling and where they are.
Gap at 50 seconds coming across the bridge here. So just under a minute, but it's been that way for a long time here. No matter what the makeup of the group has been, whether it was 4 Project Echelon guys chasing on the front, the gap was about a minute. Now it's down to just 4 remaining in the breakaway with all kinds of riders contributing on the front, and it's still just under a minute.
Right, just had Team Winston-Salem right there on the front, followed by Artem Schmidt. So again, now Artem playing that protective role that Cole Kessler was playing earlier of just disrupting any chase. And sitting on Artem's wheel was Team California rider. So, you know, the contributing chasers has definitely diminished. We had very much an organized chase earlier with Project Echelon and EF Education, Avolo, and now it's just become the ones and twos. Is that going to be enough now to bring the break back? We've got 3 more laps to go, but you know, now you're starting to get down to the nitty-gritty, Brad, and your hands start to sweat a little bit more. The tension rises just ever so slightly each lap. My hands are sweating anyway.
Field strung out again along the river. There's our Alto Velo hero hanging in.
Daniel Martin, man.
Not only is Henry Neff hanging with this group, he's contributing. I love this ride.
Yeah.
My MVP today.
A lot like Catherine Sarkisiv on CCB, right? That was kind of an unexpected rider for us, and I would pretty much say that Henry is in that same boat for the men's race.
This will be the kind of ride for Henry Neff when he does get a result. You go back and say, remember that time he rode with A.J. August and Quinn Simmons when he was just on Kelly Benefits? It's the kind of ride that gets you noticed, too. This is the kind of ride where A.J. goes back to the team and says, man, there was this kid at Nationals. I don't know if you've ever heard of this Neff guy. He was ridiculous. Beautiful 72 degrees out there. Just a few miles an hour of wind. Sun shining. Couldn't ask for better conditions today. These guys got the best of it this week. There was some rain earlier in the week that a lot of our fields had to race through, or at least some threatening rain for a lot of the days, but turned into a bluebird day in Charleston today in our Gooder weather report.
Yeah, you know, someone like Artem Schmidt winning the TT in the rain when maybe some of the earlier guys had a drier opportunity on the roads. Also in our crit races for the juniors and U23s. Thursday night, that was inclement weather.
Carpenter sitting on. The right move here. I don't think anyone would expect a rider who is suffering on the climbs to have to do any work on the flats.
Well, there's definitely some sort of conversation that's going on of, okay, we'll let you, but you know, the expectation that you're telling us that you're having issues or whatever, that your time is limited here, and otherwise these guys are definitely going to put them under pressure to work or pull through or try and gap off, and because eventually you do not want him there, and you don't want to continue to tow him to the line. We're getting a time check here.
This is a role that Robin Carpenter has played a lot as the breakaway expert for his teams. Really just an insurance policy, I think, for Legion of Los Angeles right now. Just want to make sure that if that break does go, they have one in it. They're not really equipped to chase it back, so the strategy here is just keep Carpenter as fresh as possible, just in case that move does stay away.
Yeah.
Chase is whittling down here.
Yeah. You know, Legion of Los Angeles is coming away with a semi-successful weekend. They did have Kendall Ryan on a repeat crit national championship, which is really their bread and butter. Danny Summerhill was definitely wanting that win for the elite men's race. But so now here in the road race, having Robin Carpenter in the break is still really great for that Legion of Los Angeles team. It will be interesting to see if anyone was left from their team in the what's left of the peloton at this point. More team cars coming through, which means the gap is at least over a minute. Again, because it was down to 50 seconds.
Yeah, that was the last check we got. These guys on to Wirtz right now. We'll get another time check at the bottom here, but you can assume it'll be at least a minute, maybe more on the way up here. Big question will be, does Robin Carpenter survive this time up and over? You're watching the rider in the black jersey at the very back here, who has been suffering in and out of this group for the last 30 minutes or so. As this gap confirmed at 1 minute at the bottom of the Wirtz Avenue climb, so the field has just started the bottom right here. EF going to hit it on the front. You see that little Trek jersey in second position. That's going to be, I think, Kessler here, just trying to throw the rhythm off. He's waiting to take over tempo so that he can drop that tempo a little bit in support of Quinn Simmons up the road.
And on his wheel, Tyler Stites, Caja Rual. And it'll be interesting to see if later in the last coming laps, if we're going to see a Cole Kessler try to jump across to Quinn, if this gap doesn't come down, or how far it comes down, or if, yeah, Cole's just going to basically disrupt the chase.
All right, just over 3 hours elapsed of racing. Keep an eye on the group and come back with more live pictures for the top of Wirtz Avenue after this.
Traditional schools weren't built for athletes like you. They box you in, slow you down, dull your dreams. But you don't play by someone else's rules. You're here to push limits, break records,
Well, I cracked.
and own every inch of your journey. US Performance Academy was born to fuel that fire. An online school that aligns with your ambition, respects your grind, balances your dedication to athletics and academics. This is where you learn what you're truly capable of. Let's go. US Performance Academy, official academic partner of USA Cycling. GoUSPA.org.
Down 2-3 coming up and over Warts Avenue as Robin Carpenter has once again fallen victim to the tempo being set by a brutal group off the front as A.J. August, Quinn Simmons, and Henry Neff leave him behind. We'll go back and show you where it happened on the climb while we were in break as these guys go up and over. Remember, Carpenter was dangling off the back earlier, so it's no real surprise to see him gone from this group.
Yeah, essentially it was just, you know, we didn't see him work at all, and with the understanding that if you're not working, then you know that your time is limited, and with the expectation of all the other guys basically doing work, knowing that he's not going to make it up and over this Warts Ave climb one more time or get back on. So I'm guessing that, yeah, it was just a matter of time for Robin Carpenter.
Not over yet, though. Remember, Carpenter was able to get back on last time, so I won't completely count him out yet.
Right.
But oftentimes when riders getting dropped like this, it's a topsy-turvy situation where it starts to get worse and worse and worse and worse. See his head bobbing side to side here. Ever been in this position knows exactly how this feels, and if you've ever ridden like this, you respect Robin Carpenter all the more.
For sure. And the brutal part of doing laps is you know what's coming, and just that mentality of it's just a matter of time, and you have markers along this climb right here, and you try to gauge your effort of just make it to this turn, just make it to the pinch point on Warts Ave right here, this right-hand bend, and knowing that also Quinn, AJ, you know, Henry, they'll also know if I just increase the pace just a little bit, a couple of pedal strokes, that will just spit him right out the back. And, you know, there's a little bit of please have mercy on me. But these guys, you know, they're in the break. There is no mercy here today. This is national championships.
This is where it happened right here. You can see Carpenter losing contact. This is pretty close to that 20+% gradient. It's going to be one of the steepest sections here through the feed zone. But it's just a slow ungluing. I got Robin Carpenter kicked out of the break this time up.
But just like you're saying, to your point, Brad, it's not a full-blown sit-up. Totally, you know, that was a great day. I'm out of here. This is still an effort for Robin. He's not pulled the pin. And yeah, like you said, he might be able to catch back on. It would be one heck of an effort, but like, is it possible?
So that was how it went down on the way up. Let's see if he can get back on the flats. Gap is at 1:45 back to the chasers behind them. That's not to Carpenter. That's going to be to this group right here, or what's left of this group right here on the descent coming off of Warts Avenue right now.
Yeah, as we were seeing the chase, you know, it was 3 Project Echelon, 3 EF Education A Volo, and then it was 2 Project Echelon, and then it was 1, and then it was Team Winston-Salem. So this is trending to the Breakaway's favor right now.
I think a large part of that, I'm noticing every time we get a look at this group, it's mostly the same riders up on the front, same 3 or 4 guys. And that tends to be the dynamic and scenario when you have World Tour jerseys in a group like this. Everyone looks to you. It's like when the check comes at dinner and everyone looks at you, Lauren.
Yeah, that is the point. Let's see what Cole's got his hand up here. Let's see if there's, hopefully he doesn't have a mechanical. Maybe just a chance to have a conversation. Love to keep an eye on him just to see if he's going to go, if the team car's coming to him, or try and get another feed.
Doing a good job of staying calm here. Just waiting for the car, nice and easy, not panicking. knows he'll be able to get up there no problem here.
Okay, good. It looks like just needing a feed there, yeah. Sometimes when they just have their hand in the air, like that's, hey, I've got a mechanical. We didn't see any flat tires or any issues with gearing.
You talked earlier about how you get a team car up into the gap in between the breakaway and the field. Talk to me about how feeding works in this scenario. If, let's say, Cole Kessler wants to grab a bottle, does he just put his hand up and the car drives up and hands it out the window?
Well, the interesting thing is now it becomes a bit more urgent because feeding will usually close in the last 20 kilometers. And they're also splitting a car between the break and to Cole. So, you know, we've been focusing all of our time and attention on Quinn because that's where the race has been focused.
Yep.
So it also means that the team car has been going back and forth. And so sometimes Cole might actually miss out. Again, we've talked about having the feed zones on the side of the road and have our family there. So they've had multiple opportunities to either get a musette bag like we saw Quinn go for earlier, having both of their dads there, Scott and Steve Kessler and family out and about on Bridge Road Climb, on Wirtz Ave Climb. Like, these are great places to get a feed, and then also from the team car. And so, yeah, Cole has to go back to the team car in that scenario, not the team car coming up to him, because that is still considered the peloton. It'll be interesting to see now, like, who in the peloton is now able to chase or willing to chase at this point. If the gap has gone back out to a minute 45, to me that's indicative of no real concerted effort from one team, one person, or two or three single individuals.
There's not going to be many riders left in that field behind that can chase. Riders coming off the back of that group.
Velovit rider.
Back onto the start-finish stretch. They're going to see 3 more circuits to go here. So they'll see 3 on the counter of the roughly 13-mile circuit here in Charleston. There you go. Once again, Henry Neff not afraid to do work with the big dogs up here today.
19-year-old right now, kind of benefit strategies. 3 laps to go.
Robin's still back here, not giving up. Doesn't want to get pulled, getting a bottle from a team car. If I had to guess, he was grabbing a bottle from Tanner Putt. Tanner and Robin have definitely been teammates in the past. International sign for my day is done.
The on-site PA announcers getting the crowd hyped up for Robin Carpenter here, and he's saying, don't get too excited. I think that's going to be it for me.
Hey, you should go to the top of Bridge Road Climb, and I know there's a sign up there to have a nice, cool adult beverage with the fans.
It's the car we just saw feeding Cole Kessler a little bit ago. Now has come up to help out Quinn Simmons. It looks like they're going to help everyone in the car. Again, this is not really about, you know, having an advantage for your riders. It's making sure that these guys have basic necessities like food and water. It's, you know, you're not trying to disadvantage the other riders by not feeding. A lot of times you see other teams give the riders the breakaway their balls.
Yeah, because it's eventually going to pay it forward, because eventually you're going to be in that situation of needing it. So you definitely, it's one big family out here. Yeah, we are out here professionals trying to beat each other up and win, but at the end of the day, you need to look after your fellow compatriots in the peloton.
Gap at a minute 55 on the counter.
That's Sam Boardman back on the front. So Sam is basically in the break, spent a majority of the race in the break, gets dropped from the break, gets back into the peloton, has a bit of reprieve for a second, and is back on the front for his team. And, you know, we talked about how professional and how amazing he is, and this is just the telling sign right here, these last few laps of national championships, and he's given them everything he's got.
Try and help out the team on his way out the door. Whatever he can, he'll leave it all on the road here. Meanwhile, August, Simmons, and Neff back up to the front. Offer bottles to these guys as well, but just toss them into the other car. AJ will take one. And there's your field coming across the bridge next. 55 seconds behind him. Yeah, it's going to be a minute 55. I'm sorry for that.
I was thinking, wow, that group is, the front group is really blown up.
I'll read anything they put on the teleprompter. Starting to get a little spicy up here at the front. Eric Brunner gonna drive it.
Again, Cole just basically disrupting any full-on chase, always sitting second, third, fourth wheel, and very much aware of anything or anyone trying to go across to this break. Almost 2-minute gap as they roll across the top of the Bridge Road climb. Artem Schmidt also on his wheel, protecting his rider, AJ August, off the front as well.
There's a lot of defense in this group, isn't there?
Yeah, for sure. Having Eric Brunner on the front, EF Education Avolo on the front, trying to do some sort of work to bring this gap back. Winston-Salem sitting back, Team California back there. And I think it's just some of these guys are just thankful to be here at this point.
Eric Brunner, another rider who's super multi-talented in a lot of different disciplines of racing. He was second place at the Cyclocross National Championships this year in December. Moved back over to road, got a couple stage wins at Tour de Gila earlier this spring, and now riding at the front of the Chase group at the Road National Championships.
Also had a chance to talk to Marcus Shelton's dad, Matt Shelton, and Marcus also comes from cyclocross background, and he has decided to go all in for road racing and absolutely loving now fully committed to the road racing scene.
AJ August and Quinn Simmons here.
It's great. It's great for Kelly Benefits. It's great for Henry Neff. And it's great for the breakaway.
Got some action on the front of the Chase group back behind. Is this an Ineos jersey?
This is Artem Schmidt, yeah. Again, an interesting move, I would say. You know, you've got AJ August up there. Maybe a little bit of defense by pushing the pace. Maybe a couple of attacks are happening right now. Yeah.
I wonder if the time trial champion thinks he can make it across a minute 55 gap.
Well, he definitely doesn't want to take the Peloton with him, so maybe not the best place to go here, but, you know.
Just kind of jump and see what happens. See if anyone follows you. You know, if there's no one on your wheel, go ahead across the minute 55 gap.
Right.
But if any one rider follows you, that opens the door to you just dragging that whole field up. So I think that's yeah, he's going to go again. Schmidt's trying to get away from this group, I guess.
Weird things happen on National Championships Day, Brad. We could have had AJ August basically radioing back, you know, I'm cramping, I'm about to, you know, call it a day or whatever it is. So if that's the case, this is where Artem definitely has to say all bets off. Okay, I'm going to do my best to make it up to what's left of this break.
Robin Carpenter coming back into the fold. He was the latest victim of the breakaway up the road. So he'll come back from that minute 55 gap and rejoin the field. Yeah, being reported down a little bit now, but a little bit artificially because of the undulations of the road here. The speed of the descent on the left side of the screen here.
Simmons up and out of the saddle, pushing over a couple of these punchers.
Simmons going to start testing the limits of his two breakaway companions here. Just those little risers, he punches it, I would call it, up and over, and then kind of lets off, take inventory.
You want to keep the speed. You want to keep the momentum. Like, again, if there's something going on with AJ August here where Artem is trying to push across, you know, Quinn's now going to basically, it'll just be him and Henry Neff trying to push forward, and every small hill or riser that he's got to push over, you know, out of the saddle, carry that momentum as much as you can, and then ask for Henry Neff to do a pull on the descent. Vice versa, over and over and over until you get back on the flats, until you can settle back into another rhythm.
Really creates an interesting dynamic, doesn't it, where these guys can almost fight for the alliance of Neff here. They both are kind of like, hey, want to get rid of this other World Tour guy with me? Like, I think they would both kind of try and cut a deal or align with Neff here a little bit, but he can have his pick of dance partners today.
Yeah, and both are in the exact same scenario up here with one rider back in the peloton. So, yeah, you're exactly right, Brad.
I think this gap is coming down here. Based on where they are on the course, I have a feeling this one comes in below our last check. So those guys just onto the bridge. Here's the group getting a confirmed 55-second split now. So Artem Schmidt may have contributed a few of those seconds.
No doubt.
All of a sudden, what looked like it might have been a foregone conclusion a couple laps ago as the gap went up and over 2 minutes. Not looking so anymore. Tucked in.
One project echelon left. Ricky Arnapol there. I still think the gap is right at a minute.
best organized chase group. A lot of gaps on the bridge here throughout that group. Part of that will just be coming off of the descent. They there they go, come back together.
Yeah, you can, on a descent like that, you can afford to let a couple of gaps open up. You can use that momentum to basically have a run at someone. So, you know, having a bit of a gap, you still get a massive draft off of those guys. And once they basically hit the wind, once they come across the bridge, you're still within that draft. It just sucks you right back up to the front of the group. We'll see how these guys work on Canal Boulevard now. I'm curious to see if AJ is under any stress or duress, and now where is Artem Schmidt in this group? Is he going to try and do another bridge across?
Bruner looking for some help to try to go across.
All right, this is the first time we've seen Tyler Stites actually kind of step out of the group. Coming across third wheel right there, Kaharuao, green helmet. Very disorganized, everyone looking around. Someone will put in one attack. Here goes Artem Schmidt again.
Action's on right now for sure. Something's cooking in this group. Schmidt again. Artem making big moves today back in this group. But remember, he's got a teammate, AJ August, up in that front group of three.
Attack, 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 lull. Next attack. EF. Easy post, Avolo now trying to make a move. They did so much work earlier. Tyler Stites again popping out, sensing this urgency and sensing the collapse of whatever is left of this peloton now, and having to make those moves and having to make those covers. Pull through.
It's great action in the chase group right now. Big lap for them right now.
Flick of an elbow, looking for a EF easy post to pull through, and that's a heck of a wheel to try and come off of and come around. He tried.
So you're looking at Colby Simmons and Ian Lopez de San Roman in the pink jerseys taking turns up here. All over the road, they're going left to right. Looks like the final lap of a bike race out here.
It looks like the sprint's coming up.
How about Team Winston-Salem hanging tough?
Right.
It's going to be Owen Cole, I think. Jersey, red sleeves right up at the front there. Everything's calmed down again. Unique dynamics in this breakaway, or chase, I should call it. But I guess we'll call it the peloton, because that's all the team cars behind them, so that's all that's left in this bike race. Another one.
Yarnapol, last man standing for Project Echelon.
I'm wondering if maybe these aren't so much attacks to try to catch the leaders as attacks to try to get rid of some suffering riders in this group. They maybe sense that they have a chance if they just hit it hard for a couple minutes to get rid of 2 or 3 guys that
I really think that there's no one left to really chase, and there's no organization amongst the 1s and 2s out here, because that's all that's left. And so these guys are basically trying to do a one last ditch effort attack to try and get across to this break. But there's enough strength and numbers in that group left that it just kind of nullifies each other. And yeah, I think it's too little too late.
back up Wirtz.
This is a big move.
I think we're looking at 2 riders that came off the front of that chase group right here. This must be Carpenter ever come back?
I think he was still tagged on the back of that group. And I think this is Evan Boyle, Huggins Berman, Jayco right here with Robin Carpenter.
Yeah. All right, so Carpenter and Boyle on the attack out of the field right now. We'll keep an eye on it, let you know how their climb goes after this.
Competing at the highest level in the sport requires the right training ground, and USA Cycling has found that in Arkansas. Bentonville is the home of the U.S. National Mountain Bike Team. But our statewide network of trails aren't just for elite athletes. We've got a ride for everyone.
Just increasingly more and more, I'm telling people, if you ride mountain bikes or if you want to get into mountain bikes, you got to come here and see for yourself, because you don't really know until you know.
Plan your mountain biking trip to the natural state at arkansas.com.
There's no time to waste in the morning.
That's why you should watch 13 News this morning for fast and accurate weather and traffic every 10 minutes. Plan ahead with real-time traffic and beat the morning rush.
This is a look at what's happening with our traffic drive times. If you're leaving out of Hurricane today, going to Charleston, just 21 minutes.
Get the latest on road conditions and alternate routes. Know what's happening with live, local, weather and traffic every 10 minutes.
Weather and real-time traffic every 10 minutes beginning at 4:30 on 13 News This Morning.
2025 USA Cycling National Championships back with just a couple laps of racing remaining here as they go up and over the Wirtz Avenue climb. Before we left you into break, so a couple riders moving their way off the front of the chase group. This was how it happened at the bottom. Remember, Robin Carpenter had come back into this group. He was hanging out on the back, and then he made a friend and decided that they were going to go on a little journey together.
That's unbelievable, and that's, you know, a testament of Robin Carpenter's strength and talents. The fact that he got dropped from the break, recovers a bit in the peloton, and then goes again. Like, just mental toughness, unbelievable, and another reason why that front group was very cognizant of him being there or not being there.
So those guys safely left the chase group at the bottom of the Wirtz Avenue climb. Remember, they were about 55 seconds behind the lead group. And here's what happened to them on the way up. You see Simmons, Neff, and August here, who've been riding together for the last 4 laps off the front. Neff leading them up to the top. Can't say enough good things about Neff today. Really see the difference in body styles for these riders too. Quinn Simmons, definitely the biggest rider in this group, but hanging tough. Big rider means big power.
And I would say that Quinn is more of a one-day specialist. More so than like particularly a stage race. So I think he definitely has the ability, body type, to get up and over these types of climbs and to make it throughout this day.
Simmons surged to the front here. You can tell the tempo lifted. Look how August has changed his pedaling style here. He's starting to bob a little bit more. Part of that because he's reaching down for the bottle here, but he's starting to feel this. Uh-oh. Neff letting the gap open. Remember, this is the hardest section of this course. We have seen so many guys get dropped right here. And I think Neff just told August, hey, that's going to be it for me. Go ahead. Go on without me, man.
Well, and it kind of catches AJ out a bit, again, thinking that he was going to hold the wheel, and now he's got to put forth a bit more effort even just to get back to Quinn.
Yikes.
And asking to do that this late in the race is detrimental to this break and to AJ's effort, chances for a win here.
Wow. Quinn Simmons just opened a massive gap up and over here as these guys suffer behind him, and Simmons will go up and over the top of this climb alone. All right, that might be the move of the race right there, Lauren.
Yeah, you might be right, Brad, and I don't think that was intentionally done. I think it was just a consistent riding pace and an unfortunate opening of a gap right there of Henry Neff coming to the end of his ability right there, and yeah, his day is mostly done. But, you know, again, AJ being in the wrong place at the wrong time, you know, and to Quinn's benefit.
Well, now time to pile on the calories and carbohydrates and try and knock out the last circuits of this road race. As now Quinn Simmons finds himself solo off the front. As the man out of Durango, Colorado, leaves his 2 breakaway companions behind. And now finds himself alone looking for his 2nd national championship. So now this is Tyler Stites, who has made it up to Evan Boyle, and I think Carpenter has gone back. Last time we saw him, it was Evan Boyle and Robin Carpenter, and now you're looking at Evan Boyle and Tyler Stites.
One move that we did see along Canal Boulevard that was a substantial move was Tyler Stites trying to jump across. So these two actually putting in teamwork effort together this could be a real threat to whatever's left of the breakaway and then beyond to Quinn Simmons.
Tyler Stites looking good, man. He looks fit.
He's always been this sinewy, also out of Tucson, Arizona, and he lives up at Mount Lemmon, so he lives on altitude, and he would ride his bike down the mountain 26 miles, go do a 100-mile training ride, and then climb the mountain back up. Lives a monk's lifestyle, and signed on with Caja Rural just this year, finally getting the jump. Was very successful at Project Echelon these last couple of years, but it was definitely time for him to either make the move or stay at Project Echelon, and good for him to jumping over to Caja Rural. Has had a tough season. He had a couple of crashes at Tour of Turkey this year under inclement weather, so good to see him on good form here, and amongst his compatriots and riding really well right now with Evan Boyle.
So again, this is 4th and 5th place on the road because AJ August.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
I don't know when that manhole cover became a factor, but
He's like, did you see that? Was that their last time? So August and Neff still up ahead of these guys, but wouldn't be surprised to see Neff coming backwards. Looked like he was the one that let this gap open up to Simmons, and August had to pay the price on the way up. Wirtz. Everyone getting a little dicey out there.
what's interesting in the winter, all these guys train together. Like, Tyler's always at home. Quinn's always down there. Colby's always down there. And these guys, they start all rides together. They're big rides together. And so they know each other's strengths. And, yes, they go through the season very, very differently in their own teams and race schedule. But if you're Tyler and you're looking at Quinn, you're like, wow, I know the work that's ahead of me. And also Quinn, knowing that Tyler's chasing, is like, wow, I know who's chasing me. So this is going to be an epic finish of this National Championships road race, Brad. And for Quinn to have been in the break for so long today, and Tyler not, still the attrition factor of this course and those climbs over and over and over again, 1,000 feet elevation gain, 13 miles, it doesn't matter, but you still, where Quinn doesn't get the benefit of drafting up and down Canal Boulevard like Tyler has, that those differences might come to fruition here in these last couple of laps.
2 to go. 2 to go.
Ben Simmons seeing 2 laps to go on the circuit. 2 more times around as August and Neff going to come through, not far behind. A little over 30 seconds back to these guys. And let's see where Boyle and company are behind them. Should see them come around that corner here in a bit. Crowd getting behind Neff and August, see if they get them back up. And then here's 4 and 5 on the road. Boyle in the purple, Stites in the green and white.
Let's see if Tyler and Evan don't make connection with Neff and AJ through the Bridge Road circuit climb and descent.
Here's the rest of the group. What remains? The semblance of a peloton. This is like the LaCroix of a peloton. It's just a little bit of the flavor
just
in
a
there.
little essence.
These guys at a minute 40 back from the leaders. Minute 40 back from this guy, the 2023 national champion. Didn't race last year in 24, decided to forego the national championships, and this year he's back in 25. with his little brother in tow, and now off the front of the national championships with just over 20 miles of racing to go for Quinn Simmons.
Now AJ August and Henry Neff hitting the climb. Just trying to look over their shoulder to see if they could get a gauge where anyone was. Evan Boyle and Tyler Stites coming across the bridge.
Coming up on 4 hours in the saddle for these guys. Looks like the rest of this group resigning to their fate at 1:50 back. That's not a fun time check to get in this scenario.
Led by Marcus Sheldon of Team California, followed by Colby Simmons, EF Education, Easy Post.
Winning time on this course last year, 5 hours, 15 minutes, and 52 seconds for Sean Quinn.
Now, last year they did have the Bridge Road climb every lap, and so that's
right.
Going to be a little bit different time this year.
Good point. This one's coming back together. So this is Stites and Boyle on their way up. They are about to become 2 and 3. They're going to drop these guys like a bad habit right here. Remember, August and Neff losing contact with Quinn Simmons on the Wirtz Avenue climb last time we saw him, and now these guys will come together in a chase. So this is now 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the road with Neff, August, Stites, and Boyle. And we'll see how this changes the dynamic with now 4 engines linked together to chase down Quinn Simmons.
Yeah, if I'm Tyler Stites, I would love to be able to use these guys all the way back down Kanawha Boulevard and lead into Wirtz climb and then really punch it up and over and see if I couldn't drop them. But you know, you want to try and milk everything out of them that you can. You know, they're dropped. They still want to be up there. See if they can't attach onto the back of these two.
Verse 4.
I'd say more like 2 and a half.
See how Simmons stays on the gas here out of the saddle. Even when he maybe doesn't need to be, it's all about building that time bank. Building up as much time as he can get here while he can.
And you got to wonder the longevity of Quinn now being solo. And again, he's been in the break for the majority of the afternoon, getting into the break later, but did have to jump across with AJ August. So that was a bit of energy. Yeah, we'll just, you know, does he have enough left in the tank for another full gas hard lap?
So much of this is going to come down to the fate of the 4 behind him. Quinn Simmons can only ride Quinn Simmons' race, but if these 4 get organized or find a second wind or start to pick up their tempo, there's not much Quinn Simmons can do. Now, that being said, there are a lot of tired legs in this group of 4. I mean, all these guys have been dropped from their group at some point. The only ones that I would say are on the upswing would be Stites and Boyle here.
Yeah, I think if you do catch Quinn, and if he's able to attach onto the back of the group and get any recovery, you know, he's got a formidable sprint in him, as well as Tyler Stites. I'm not quite sure about Evan Boyle, but, you know, I feel like Henry Neff and A.J. August, I think they've punched their tickets, but, you know, just trying to play out all the different scenarios I can in my head. And as if I was Tyler Stites, I would be thinking, you know, all these scenarios. If I'm Quinn Simmons, I'm thinking all these scenarios too. So, you know, trying to play the game as much as possible. Quinn's going to do everything he can to stay out here solo and take this solo victory while you've got these 4 now chasing you down.
Boyle, another one of those Avolo alumni out of the DMV, Washington, D.C. area. We're talking in the criterium. We got our brief look at Mike Creed in the pit, about how many riders had gone through that program and the impact that it had on a lot of American racers. Well, here's another good example right here in Evan Boyle.
The other cool thing making that statement, Brad, is, you know, you have Ineos Grenadiers and Hot Tubes basically partnered up, and you have Avolo and EF Education partnered up. So these guys, these kids, they have a more clear pathway from development U23 into the elites, instead of, you know, trying to jump from team to team. And, you know, you're within one banner of the similar same culture and staff, and really the talent can essentially, all they need to do is focus on racing and really hone in the craft instead of having to jump from team to team and really trying to figure out different cultures and staff. So it's kind of like going from the minors to the majors, right? And having those teams to pull from. It's been a pretty cool process to watch.
When you talk about the support that they get, heard a lot about the marginal gains of various teams, but even things like, you know, not having to book your own airline ticket is a big step up for a lot of riders.
And Evan Boyle being on the Hagens-Berman Jayco team, again, that's another one that Hagens-Berman has now joined forces. So you see Quinn here stretching out a little bit. Yeah, the wear and tear is happening, you know, and these guys are definitely fatigued this late in the race, almost 4 hours of racing, and you have another 1,000 feet of elevation gain to do. This is a tough day, and like we said, this is going to be a worthy winner.
Four chasers working their way off the descent. Knees out, leaning into it. Seventh time down Wirtz. This will be 9 times down Bridge. You're going to see 1 lap to go when they come back through the line and start the final circuit of racing. Guy's going to break the speed limit on the way down here. 30 miles an hour.
Easily.
And here they come on the bridge. Boy, this is a big, big gap. They're reporting that at a minute 30, but you really see what a minute 30 feels like when you get the look here.
Again, I think the telltale sign will be if they work together, if you can try and get them to work together at all if Tyler Stites or Evan Boyle. Oh, wow.
Here we go. Chase coming up behind the 4 now. These guys are all going to come back together. EF launching it to try to get there. So there's a big change.
I wasn't expecting that.
Now, Race Radio just gave an updated minute 30 gap, so that means it's now Quinn Simmons versus 20 guys at a minute 30 rather than Quinn Simmons versus 4 guys at a minute 30. That is a big, big difference in the scenario here because now you're looking at a lot more engines and a lot more motivation that can work together to bring Quinn back. This is a much bigger problem for Quinn Simmons now that this group has come back together.
Or do they fall apart like they did last time up and down Canal Boulevard? Like, you had the 1s and 2s putting in attacks, but as soon as they did, it just sat up. So, you know, where I was focused on Tyler Stites and Evan Boyle right there, trying to really get these guys to commit, and you only have 2 guys to really talk to. Now you're trying to really commit the rest of the peloton. That's Colby Simmons right there calling on the radio.
Go, a tale of 2 Simmons with Quinn Simmons, the older brother, on the left, and Colby Simmons, the younger brother, feeding from the back of the chase on the right. I think that's going to be Creed in that car right there. I recognize the jacket from Friday night.
Again, we're probably getting close to closing the feed zone unless the officials, knowing how hard today is, decided to leave it open a little bit longer. So, again, crucial for Cole and Quinn because they are using the same car. And, you know, Quinn's been up the road, so, you know, he takes priority. Car definitely has to be there and feed him and then come back for Cole. And we'll see if the car doesn't just drop one more feed to Cole and then continue up to Quinn and just stay there if the officials allow him. It's a minute and a half gap, so they can definitely be there. It'll be just a decision on the road.
These guys working together about as well as Congress right now. Grab some bottles, have a chat with Tanner. These guys getting back to work. Not sure if this is Simmons or Lopez de San Roman up the road right now. We just saw Colby Simmons feeding at the back. Can't imagine he got the feed and went on the attack. More missed feeds in this group.
This is a fast feed zone. It's flat, fast. They're coming with such speed. A couple of ice socks now being handed out. And we saw that on Henry Neff out of the back of his jersey. So, you know, heat becoming and very much a factor here. It's also a feed zone drop, so you'll usually see them drop a bunch of trash through here with the expectation of collection later. Yeah, we'll see if everyone pull in their fuel resources and what is left. What's left to happen here? Evan Boyle wanting to go. Here he goes again. Team Winston-Salem following Ricky Arnapool, Project Echelon on the wheel, looking back.
Stites reads that too, gets out in the green jersey. He's going to jump for it.
Everything nullified.
Lopez de San Roman give me the next one to go. It's Colby Simmons at the back.
Eric Brunner still here. There goes Colby.
Let's see who escaped.
Tyler on Colby's wheel. So Team California.
Shelton would be a good guess here.
Back up to Quinn. Headed towards Wertz Ave climb.
Chase back together. Is it an F again?
I like our questions in these attacks because we just think, you know, they've been caught, their day is done, and then they get like the second wind, and the expectation of them putting in another attack is lost on us a little bit. So we really appreciate seeing it. It's just it's slightly baffling of how strong and intense these guys are.
I think a little bit of that is the Nationals factor, right?
Yeah.
It has that little extra weight to it. Makes you fight that much harder to get back on. A lot of races you get dropped and you're like, all right, well, I'll live to fight for another one, but Nationals is just a little more special.
And again, Cole Kessler just really doing a great job back here for his teammate Quinn Simmons, covering all the essential moves that he can. Coming across to this one again, Evan Boyle trying his efforts, trying his best. He wants to get away with someone and wants to stay away. Really would love just one or two. Don't want to be dragging the field. And even Cole, he's going on the attack for defense. It's almost, if you start to fatigue, it's almost easier to make the race a bit harder, especially on the climb, to kind of nullify, because basically it's Cole against whatever's left of this peloton right now, and he's doing a lion's share work here.
So Cole Kessler counters on Wertz as his teammate Quinn Simmons continues to build a minute 55 gap. We'll see if he can hold that up and over the top after this.
Traditional schools weren't built for athletes like you. They box you in, slow you down, dull your dreams. But you don't play by someone else's rules. You're here to push limits, break records,
Well, I cracked.
and own every inch of your journey. US Performance Academy was born to fuel that fire. An online school that aligns with your ambition, respects your grind, balances your dedication to athletics and academics. This is where you learn what you're truly capable of. Let's go. US Performance Academy, official academic partner of USA Cycling. GoUSPA.org.
Quinn Simmons on the way down, going up and over Wirtz Avenue climb for the penultimate time. He will drop his way down to get the bell for one lap to go, and he goes through the line. Then it's one more time up the Bridge Road climb, one more time up the Wirtz Road climb, and if everything goes according to Quinn Simmons' plan, he'll have his second Stars and Stripes jersey coming his way after winning this race in Knoxville, Tennessee, just about 2 years ago to become the 2023 national champion. Took a year off, and now he's back with a vengeance this year in Charleston.
Lidl Truck would definitely be happy with this, man. They have been on winning ways. If you look to the Giro, and Carlos Verona has definitely had a great race already, and also Mads Pedersen. So I'm wondering if any of them are cheering him on and definitely giving some kudos to him right now.
It's another really fast section of course on the way down here, wide open, slight bend. Go back to the chase group. Still on the climb here, and it looks like they have been whittled down here. That'll take them down to, it looks like, just 5 riders remaining in this group. And that is Lopez de San Roman, the EF Education A Volo rider at the back. So they lost some major guys out of that group. We will be able to bring you that full climb from the bottom. So we'll figure out what and where happened, what happened and where it happened. Shouldn't affect the gap much to Quinn Simmons here. All right, so let's go back to the chase on Wirtz. This is how they started. You saw it ends up being 5 up and over the top, so let's see where it all went down on the way up, but there's definitely been a major selection this lap. A lot of looking around. Saw a few, we'll call it a semi-attack, a light-hearted attack from guys like Cole Kessler, spent a little bit of time, Artem Schmidt launching those just tiny little moves, but haven't really seen anyone throw all the chips in the middle yet.
No, I would say the biggest effort that we saw was Evan Boyle and Tyler Stites really putting in significant digs. Colby Simmons also tried. But, yeah, once you get to this climb, I really think it's just attrition factor and who can sustain that effort. Again, basically when they turn off of Canal Boulevard onto Wirtz Ave, you are essentially climbing 2% grade before you hit that pinch point that we've seen. And that's the true pitch of the climb right there, up to that 24% that we see right before they turn onto Oak Ridge Drive. So, yeah, Cole here just waiting, essentially, patrolling the front.
Kessler eyeing the field up. Looks like he's about to get into a street fight here.
Yeah, it'd be almost best for him to do a lead-out situation where you're on one side of the road and you can really get a sense for, because he's right in the middle of the road right there, which attack there can come on either side of him. So, yeah, pick a side and keep your eye out on the other shoulder. Team California seem to be the ones, the instigators. Team Winston-Salem also up there. Ricky Arnapol, Project Echelon up there.
I think it's going to be Richard Morris, the Team California rider. Jersey getting to the front. He's been pretty quiet, but made it into this group. That makes him one of the 20 best bike racers in America right now.
No doubt.
Arnapol still in this one for Project Echelon as well. He's been hanging tough.
And Eric Hill did tell us that he's on some of the best form of his life, so good to see him really showing that today.
separation out of this group. It seems like almost every time the separation comes just at that feed zone section, right, where it really kicks up the steepest part. There seems to be a big difference between like 17% and 21%. I mean, like, you know, in a way that the difference between 13 and 17% is not the same.
Yeah, and it was Tyler Stites going right here, like you said, right at that pinch point.
Now they're going to go again. Once you start seeing people handing out bottles and the road starts to go uphill, you know you're in for some pain on Wirtz Avenue here. And here you go. As predicted, Tyler Stites was the one that lit the fuse in the chase group behind him. Right on that feed zone section.
Team California able to respond. Both of them right there together. Then Ricky Arnepool gapped off just a little bit. Coming with a counterattack from Team California.
Wow. And that back and forth looks like what took him down to 4. Stites started it, Morris gonna finish it.
So Richard Morris and Marcus Shelton, Tyler Stites. And it also looked like one of the EF Education guys.
I think those are gonna be the last 2 that weren't able to get back onto this train here.
Gavin Lady here at the back. U23 repeat row champion.
Meanwhile, Quinn Simmons going to roll back through the line for the final time before he hopes it'll be hands in the air next time these fans see him along the river here. It's got to give you a little extra motivation. That's worth at least a few watts getting the bell for 1 lap to go.
Definitely.
The last time through. Granted, it's a 13-mile lap, but
Hopefully save off those cramps for 1 more lap.
so now a lady in this group. I don't see Colby Simmons or Ian Lopez de San Roman. Must have been with the chase group behind. There's Neff. There's Simmons. Right back in it. Gap up to 2 minutes and 5 seconds. It continues to grow for Quinn Simmons now.
Quinn's got to think just 1 more time up Bridge Road, 1 more time up Wirtz, and essentially now everything that you tick off you don't have to do again, right? You're not having to count down lap after lap, and it's almost like grayed out area as you continue through this lap.
See, that's a green and red jersey just coming off the front there. That's going to be Owen Cole for Team Winston-Salem. He just gave it a go, and now more attacks coming out of the group. Here we go, into 1 lap to go. These guys trying to thin this group out a little bit before they get back through the line. And I think that was Colby Simmons that just left. Snaking around the roads here. Big bro.
Wouldn't that be nice to be on the podium with your brother, you know?
Man, how special would that be for the Simmons brothers? their dad here.
Looked like Evan Boyle was just going up the left side right through the start-finish here, wanting to give himself a little bit of a head start going into the Bridge Road climb one last time for himself as well.
Evan Boyle's racing his heart out here.
The fans help so much.
Yeah.
It gives you this extra boost anytime you're doing anytime that I was doing a race and the fan tunnel essentially came, everyone would ramp up no matter where you were in the race. If you're in the laughing group or if you're off the front, you would always feel that intensity increase. The problem is then you go back out on Bridge Road and you've kind of used that energy through the fan zone essentially, and then you realize like, well, this kind of hurts out here by myself. AJ August.
I think August had enough of his efforts today. Was part of that front group for a while, but in this scenario, when you crack, right?
Yeah.
You don't come back from a blown engine block like this.
Unless you're Robin Carpenter, right? But yeah, then I think his day is also done. But good efforts by AJ August. Definitely making Ineos Grenadiers proud. Evan Boyle definitely putting in a solid effort here. Getting some significant separation now.
Yeah, if Boyle can do 2 more climbs, he's got a silver medal coming his way. Ricky Arnable looks like he wants to sell his bike tomorrow morning.
He always has a good suffer face. And then you ask him, like, how was it? Oh, it wasn't that bad. It works one more time.
All things considered, Boyle looking pretty fresh here. Probably because he's going all in pursuit of a silver medal at the USA Cycling National Championships.
And to do it solo is kind of a statement as well. That's smart, savvy riding by him. You know, he was up the road with Tyler a little bit earlier, but other than that, we haven't talked about him at all today. Definitely someone well hidden in the peloton. Again, a singular rider from a team here, and basically letting the other teams with the non-rider roster do most of the work.
A great time trialist. Raced the elite time trial here last year to 16th place, but a 2nd place in the U23 time trial national championship. So Boyle can do these long sustained efforts. This is going to be right in his wheelhouse right now.
Quinn, on the left of your screen right there, getting a time check from the whiteboard on the rollers here. Some beautiful flowy descents, a couple of punchy climbs.
Has a favorite meal as well. I think they heard about the Lauren and Brad catering service in the tent here. It's a pasta primavera for Boyle if he makes it. I don't know where I'm going to get primavera on Memorial Day at 5 o'clock, but we'll see what we can do.
He still has a pretty good gap if you're looking in the right of your screen right there to whatever's left of the group behind him. Will he be able to sustain it, though, the rest of this lap is the question.
I think that's obviously the goal here for Boyle. It's a big ask to try to get up solo to Quinn Simmons here, but Boyle does have a chance to lock in a silver medal, which I would say in this case is pretty much as good as gold, going up against a guy like Simmons who already had a two-minute gap. It can't really be expected. I don't think there's anyone in this race that would be able to come across a gap like that this late in the race, but Boyle going to try and secure his podium spot here, I think, for second.
Quinn looking good. Doesn't seem anything's changed in his pedal stroke. Maybe a little bit more movement in the head and shoulders, but I mean, just ever so slightly. Still just looking really good out there.
Such a natural descender, too. Great bike handler. You see the way he just naturally shifts his weight on the bike, counter steering around that sweeping corner. There's only one way to ride like that, and that is hours on the bike.
Yeah. Evan not looking near as fresh. Definitely throwing the head side to side, shoulders side to side, really pushing through every single pedal stroke here, fighting the bike, dropping the head so much.
I love watching a fight like this. Boyle bobbing all over the place out there.
And it makes me sick to my stomach. Poor guy. Like, I just know what he's going through out there. Quinn just looking for
Is there
one
anything
more.
left in here?
He's gonna need it.
Gap from, I think the biggest question here is Boyle back to third place. That's what we want to know right now, because Simmons is gone. His time gap is irrelevant at this point. It's really a question of whether Boyle can hold on to second today. I won't be surprised at all if I see riders start shooting up into the picture at any given time over the next few minutes here.
Especially using the momentum on this descent. This is a little punch of a climb right here, and then it's mostly descending back all the way back to the bridge, and having multiple numbers, you know, is faster than a singular rider. So yeah, you're right. Like we said, we saw Evan and Tyler off the front, and then all of a sudden the group was right there on their wheels. So very much a possibility for what's left back there, especially the strength that we saw out of Tyler Stites and Team California. Both of those guys still had a little bit of a punch still left in their legs. Just fight over that little riser.
This could easily be a no pedal descent for a lot of riders on the way down, but see Boyle.
It's coming quick to this car here.
Boyle about to make his way off the descent and onto the bridge. To 2:35 for Quinn Simmons now.
quite a different look on Evan's face versus Quinn's face, making his way down that descent in that right-hand turn. But, man, look at the push.
Wow. Oh, they're going to pass each other on the bridge. Oh, check that. Sorry, this is Boyle back through. Oh, these are the chasers behind Boyle, so that's not much. It's about 30 seconds, I think, by the time they get to the bottom of this.
It's not. This is where essentially Team California needs to call a rider and then use the other one rider for the finish and then one to basically take us to the finish.
Great day for Team California. Morris and Shelton, 2 riders from a 4-rider squad, made it into the remnants of this chase. Great day for the boys in yellow.
Cole Kessler also using having a bit of distress there, having to chase back onto that group. Yeah, I would say today has been very successful for Team California and Kelly Benefit Strategies, like 2 underdog teams, you'd say.
Yeah.
Having really great rides out there.
Well, and if you thought those kids were good this year, just wait 2, 3, 4 years from now, you're going to be hearing these names again. There were some careers made, or at least some doors open today for a lot of these riders. They're going to be, I think, on some radars that maybe they weren't 24 hours ago.
It definitely can't hurt.
Kessler back in. Tyler Stites up to the front as well. Again, we talked about Owen Cole, Team Winston-Salem also hanging in there. Been with these guys all day, gonna stretch the legs out before they get ready to hit this climb one more time. Shelton back up to the front. Well, he's having a great year.
Everyone basically, hey, let's
Yeah,
work together. You know,
I can-
Cole's like, nope, not doing it,
I
buddy.
can feel the frustration from this side of the screen. Oh, man. It is frustrating because these guys have now maybe let 1 and 2 go. And they're like, look, if we keep playing games like this, this is why we're in racing for 3rd place here. Because we just couldn't get our act together to try to make these chases. Mentally exhausting as well as physically exhausting, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a long day. Again, you talk about these are 13-mile laps, over 1,000 feet of elevation gain every lap. The heat has been a factor. These guys have raced their hearts out. Zach Gregg was just talking about how, you know, what we perceive and what's actually happening out there. You know, and he came in here and talked about how hard the brake was riding. It's just a factor to how important we talked that national championships is for a rider and for their team. And it's, you know, they don't give national championship jerseys away. You have to earn it. You have to show up. You have to be here. You know, like you said, Quinn wasn't here last year and has won this jersey before. So it's, you show up to win, and anything can happen on the day. And Quinn is definitely showing that he's having a stellar day today, and the importance of that jersey to him.
Simmons certainly going to earn that Stars and Stripes as the attacks continue to fly and then come back. It's never good when the guy who just attacks stretches right after the attack.
All of them are basically doing the standing up and trying to stretch out their back. You know, this those steep climbs, it just puts you in a position, and it's so much torque on your back and everything. It kind of adds up over time, and your QLs can start and really tighten up. Your psoas are tight. And, you know, again, talked about how hard today is.
I don't know what either of those things are, but it sounds terrible. sounds painful.
Muscles, Brad.
Okay.
They're
All
muscles.
Right. Me have sore muscle.
Yes.
I understand that part. Ricky Arnapol hanging tough back here for Project Echelon as well. This will be a pretty good ride for them. I think they had a lot of questions coming into this one with the big roster, but it was a big roster full of guys who could all have good breakthrough days, and it was just a matter of who was going to have that breakthrough day, and it's pretty clear that's Ricky Arnapol today. Tell you what these guys don't see is Evan Boyle up the road.
And we haven't seen him either. It's I'm kind of curious of how he is riding right now and going into the Wirtz climb, because he was really throwing himself and his body around going up Bridge Road.
Be some action on the way up this time. Kessler back to the front. I have a feeling these guys are like, look, let's just sort it out on the climb. We're not going to win the race here on the flats. Wirtz will handle this for us.
It will. It sure will. And you know what? If it's all back together, and when you come back down onto Canal Boulevard one more time, then it's going to be a nice field sprint. I would say a lot of these guys, when they're standing up like that, like Tyler cites, they're all on the verge of cramping if they haven't already started cramping. You can really get a sense for the salt stains around their black bib shorts. That's a telling sign. Look at Eric Bruno right now. Just what you really can't see on TV too terribly well, but when you see him in person, it's unbelievable.
Could run a salt mine out of that kid. So now these guys on the way up, well behind 1 and 2 here. But I have a feeling we'll have some good action out of this group the last time up as they try and sort out the final podium spot available at the National Championship. So we're going to keep our cameras on this group as the gap goes up to 4 minutes for Quinn Simmons. We're going to take our last break from the USA Cycling National Championships, and when we come back, we're crowning your 2024 national champion.
Competing at the highest level in the sport requires the right training ground, and USA Cycling has found that in Arkansas. Bentonville is the home of the U.S. National Mountain Bike Team. But our statewide network of trails aren't just for elite athletes. We've got a ride for everyone.
Just increasingly more and more, I'm telling people, if you ride mountain bikes or if you want to get into mountain bikes, you got to come here and see for yourself, because you don't really know until you know.
Plan your mountain biking trip to the natural state at arkansas.com.
There's no time to waste in the morning.
That's why you should watch 13 News this morning for fast and accurate weather and traffic every 10 minutes. Plan ahead with real-time traffic and beat the morning rush.
This is a look at what's happening with our traffic drive times. If you're leaving out of Hurricane today, going to Charleston, just 21 minutes.
Get the latest on road conditions and alternate routes. Know what's happening with live, local, weather and traffic every 10 minutes.
Weather and real-time traffic every 10 minutes beginning at 4:30 on 13 News This Morning.
We are just under 5 miles away from crowning a 2025 Pro Road National Champion as they work their way off of Wirtz Avenue for the final time. This was just before we went to break. Ricky Arnapol attacking his group from the bottom of the climb, Lauren.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Tyler Seitz, Evan Boyles off the front right after Quinn Simmons, and so Ricky's climbing is his strength, and definitely playing to that strength right now on the Wirtz Avenue climb.
Well, Arnapol reigniting that fuse off the front. We'll go back up to Quinn Simmons, working his way down and onto the river now. So now all the climbing behind Quinn Simmons. It's a flat run into downtown Charleston. As we go back to second place on the road, Evan Boyle trying to hold on to this gap coming off of the climb.
Yeah, and descending that Oak Ridge Drive, basically rolling across the top here. A couple of little rollers that will definitely just add insult to injury. Just doing everything he can to solidify this second place. Man, he's just tongue out, head dropped all over the bike.
God, I love bike racing.
Quite a different style from Quinn Simmons. Look, even after all of this, Quinn on the radio, still mostly quiet upper body. Quite the contrast to Evan Boyle.
And he's going to get one more feed here.
No more feeding, but definitely going to get a conversation. Let's see. No, he's getting congratulations. That's call the car up. That's
This
nice.
is like that guy on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire who used his last lifeline to call his dad to say, hey, I don't need your help. I just wanted to tell you I'm about to be a millionaire.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
I don't need a feed. I just wanted to tell you I'm about to win my second national championship. Boyle coming off the climb. I'm thinking more and more Evan Boyle's on his way to a silver medal here.
I think so. I think the only battle left is for that third position, that third podium spot. Such an honest fight back there. I mean, those guys have nothing left, but are just, you know, attack after attack, and really they only have 5-6 pedal strokes, and you just see the group able to chase back on, but that's all each one of them have left. Quinn Simmons definitely still looking so good as he's coming into this finishing circuits now. He's going to enjoy these last couple of turns for sure.
How can you not?
This will be great for Lidl Track. It'll be so great for Quinn Simmons, having one other win this year in Catalunya, an abbreviated stage.
Been a good few weeks for Lidl Trek.
Yeah, it sure has. Unfortunately, losing their GC rider in the Giro, but definitely having a good day here today.
One door closes, another one opens, as they say. And this door's got stars and stripes on the other side for Quinn Simmons. He's now within just a couple miles of racing to go here. Last time through downtown. A downtown that has treated us so well for the last 7 days. I can see all my favorite restaurants along the route here.
Yeah.
We're almost to local status here, I think, Lauren.
Did they know your name at the coffee shop yet?
You know, I filled out my card. I made it through 8 drinks this week, so I got a free one this morning. I'm pretty proud of that.
Perfect.
Simmons can enjoy this one now. There's no threat behind him. Everything he's racing for now is to get done quicker.
Yeah, just floating through these last couple of turns.
This is chase number 2 that have just come off of Wards Avenue. The move going to go from Team Winston-Salem's Owen Cole. No launch here. They go on to Canal Boulevard. Back along the Canal River one more time.
Again, just nothing left in the legs to break away.
But Quinn Simmons back onto the circuit now. Back to the finish line to accept his 2nd national championship at the 2025 USA Cycling Professional Road Championships. Your winner in 23, and he will be back in Stars and Stripes for 25 into 26 until we're back here at Charleston next year. Holsters the guns until then. 2 wins for Quinn Simmons.
Able to give his dad a high five through the finish line right there. A little skid to the stop right there. Oh, man. Hugging his partner.
Wow. Look at this. Have the jersey ready to go. You want to talk about calling your shot? He's like, you know what? I got one of these in the closet. I'll just bring it with me. Wow.
Congratulations, Quinn Simmons.
Evan Boyle going to come through for 2nd. He will lock in a silver medal today. Great ride for Boyle. Quinn Simmons going to get all the press in Palmares today, but I hope Boyle's ride doesn't go by the wayside.
I'm sure it will not. I mean, he put in 2 or 3 massive attacks, and finally the one that broke away on the last lap was all worth it, and definitely a worthy 2nd place winner.
Winning a a bike race is cool, but winning a bike race in front of your loved ones is even cooler.
Yeah.
Dad, brother, partner.
And talking to Scott Simmons, he does get to go over every once in a while to see his son's race, but, you know, trying to chase him around France somewhere and all that's a little bit more tricky, but to be here and maybe have a bit more family and friends here, and it means a lot.
Simmons going to have a few more fans here in Charleston after that post-up.
Kind of his MO, like that's always kind of been his call sign.
It's about as American as it gets.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the third place sprint.
Remember, he had over 3 minutes up the road for Simmons. Here's your silver medal around the final turn now for Evan Boyle. Breakthrough ride at the national championships for him. We knew he was good, but this ride was great for Boyle.
And all the way to the end, yeah, you still see just how much he has suffered to earn this second place finish for his Hagens-Berman-Jayco team. What a result for Evan Boyle.
Boyle through, and that'll leave just one more podium spot remaining on the line here as we await the arrival of the third place group on the way in.
And again, another honorable winner, whoever's going to take that third place spot. Poor Evan Boyle, he's got nobody.
This is heartbreaking to watch. This kid deserves the exact same celebration that Quinn Simmons had today, but this is the heartbreaking side of bike racing.
It is. I hope that's fatigue, sadness. He should be very, very proud of that ride result.
It sounds like that group of three starting to make their way in. I hear the crowd starting to cheer here. This is going to be your sprint for third on the way in right now. Owen Cole got a good lead out here. He's going to try and start this sprint. Tyler Stites lined up right behind him. Bronze medal on the line to the national championships. Cole and Stites will go to the line. Here comes EF up the other side. That's going to go to the line.
Is that Gavin Lady?
EF going to celebrate.
Yeah, that was Gavin Lady, Brad. Oh my gosh, this kid, he definitely knows how to peak for national championships, almost doing the exact same thing last year, winning U23 road race and doing a stellar ride in the elite roadway race and replicating last year's ride.
Doesn't get much better than that for EF. They're going to get Gavin Lady onto the podium for third as Evan Boyle locks in second, but familiar territory at the top step for Quinn Simmons as the little Trek rider going to lock in another Stars and Stripes jersey. Welcome in as we welcome our repeat national champion of the booth. Feels like we've done this before, Quinn, but tell me how this feels different from 2023 for you.
Oh, I think, yeah, the biggest thing in 2023, it was, yeah, it was kind of a dark cloud for me, actually. It was just after I watched the accident with Gino, and I think in my career, I went into a really bad spot after that because I crashed myself at the tour, and, you know, obviously I wasn't here last year to defend my jersey because I spent a year hurt. And yeah, from starting last year, I think the Worlds highlighted that I was getting back to my level, and then I had a really good spring this season, winning my first World Tour race, and now I have my jersey back.
We saw you're already semi-prepped. You had a jersey in the waiting.
Yeah, you know, I'm not afraid to say that on my day I can be one of the top riders in the world. I think at the Worlds I showed that. I just have a problem of having it be my day that often. So yeah, I think yeah, the form is good. I crashed 10 days ago in training and thought I wasn't going to be here.
Wow.
Just to make things a little extra hard. But
right.
yeah, I went out. I knew I had to make a statement because we're riding for the jersey, yeah, but I'm also riding to try and get a ticket to the tour. So, you know, everything counts when you're in a team as good as we're riding now. So.
We saw your brother out there racing. I saw your dad feeding out there, a family affair this week. Did that play into your success this week, make you a little more comfortable here?
Yeah, of course. It's super nice to come and have, you know, a little bit, you know, more of a familial feeling away from the, you know, the corporate world of the World Tour, to have my dad and my girlfriend in the feed. And then, you know, we only had 2 guys in the race. Cole was here to help me, and I told him one thing. I'm like, bring me into the first time the steep climb and let's send it, see what happens. And he delivered me perfect, and then was behind, you know, messing up the chase. So I think for a 2-man team, when we're the most marked out in the whole race, to go and do it it's pretty special. And yeah, really proud of the way he rode, and really proud of all the support I had here.
Talking about the feed zone, it looks like you actually missed the feed zone on Canal Boulevard 3 separate times. Was that a factor in your race at all? 2 times? Okay.
No,
he counted every one of them.
No, I think I mean, if you put a feed zone on a flat road and you're 60K an hour, it's going to be hard. Yeah, buddy.
Teammate Cole Kessler in here, also celebrating.
You got to.
Wait, come on, Cole. You can get on camera here.
I got to take this boy watch shopping. I made a promise, so gonna go spend part of that bonus on that.
Congratulations. Yeah, that's such a good win for your team. You guys, you got a group over at the Giro being very successful right now, and now you taking the jersey too.
How about that post-up? Was this one pre-planned for you? Is this the new signature move for you, Quinn?
Well, yeah, like I said before, you know, I'm a confidence rider, and when I know I'm good, I can be really good. And a lot of the time, I'm not that good. And you know, sometimes you wake up in the morning and you know what's going to happen.
And sometimes you tail whip it into the photo pit. What was this moment like, getting to celebrate at the end? I'm sure that was a lot of emotion flooding after 5 hours of bike racing.
It's super nice. Of course, she's always there with me at the training camp, spending the time on top of the mountain, doing not much. And you know, it's the first race she saw me win. As a pro, you don't win too much. And you know, I think this is only my 6th one in 6 years. So of course, we're going to enjoy it.
Now the
looks
brothers
like there's going to be a lot of celebration.
So talk about what it means taking this jersey back to the team. What comes next for you and your team?
Yeah, of course. We're an American team, so to have the American jersey it's super important. And yeah, like I said, next is Tour de Suisse for me, and then hopefully the Tour de France. We go there with Milan, so should be pretty fun. I hope I'm there to pull for him. And you know, if you're pulling in the Tour in the American champ jersey and Milan's in yellow after he wins the first stage, that's kind of a dream for myself and for the team. So.
And for U.S. racing, yes.
Yeah, of course. We have a super good group in the World Tour now. I don't think we've seen this almost since Postal. So yeah, I think it's really fun to be racing, and especially fun when you're in the front of a World Tour race and there's 5 other Americans there with you. It's a special time for us right now.
Yeah,
it's a new era of American bike racing, and you're leading the way. Hey, will you do me a favor before you go? Can we take a selfie on my new Hover Air? I've been practicing with this thing, and I want to see if my first picture can be with Lauren and Quinn. So smile in 3, 2, 1.
I've been smiling.
You're right. Ever since
I
you
got it. It's in. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
That's awesome. Congratulations, Quinn. Yeah.
Hey, we'll let you go celebrate. Big congratulations, and we'll see you on the podium. Lauren, we'll see you back here for next year as more riders working their way back through here. As we take a look at Evan Boyle finishing up his day. Again, how impressive for Boyle here.
And then Gavin Lady rounding out the podium. Again, a repeat podium position for him from last year. A heck of a ride. Great racing all day, Brad. This has been a phenomenal national championships here in Charleston, West Virginia.
big congratulations to all of our finishers. In the end, Quinn Simmons does it by 2 minutes and 52 seconds over Evan Boyle. Gavin Lady with a great ride for third place. That's a name that you're going to be hearing a lot more. So if you're an American bike racing fan, get used to hearing it. You heard it from Quinn. There are a lot of good things on the horizon, and we saw a lot of those good things in these races today with our junior and U23 riders hanging with the elites. The future is bright for American bike racing.
Yeah, absolutely right, Brad. And even Team California, Kelly Benefit Strategies, also some of the underdogs having a great day out there today.
Tyler Stites ends up fourth place on the day. Shelton and Morris from Team California, great ride for them. For those two riders to get two into the group, fifth and sixth on the day. Owen Cole takes seventh for Team Winston-Salem. Cole Kessler, you just saw coming in to celebrate, not his eighth place, but his teammate's first place for Quinn Simmons.
Exactly, being a part of that future racing program, and I think the future is definitely very bright for Cole Kessler and his Lidl Trek future racing team.
And you see Ricky Arnapol aggressive all day for that Project Echelon team. They weren't quite sure how it was going to work out, but Arnapol into a top 10, something to write home about. Decent result for them today. Lauren, as we wrap up here in Charleston and get ready to say goodbye to our adopted home, your final thoughts from the 2025 USA Cycling National Championships.
Every year, it just brings so much excitement, thrilling racing, from all the way from our para-athletes to the time trial, U23 junior racing. Women absolutely love it, and you see every time we interview someone how much it means to win the Stars and Stripes jersey.
Remember, we'll be back on this course next year, so if you thought this was a good one, wait until you see the rematch into 2026. Our elite women and elite men will be right back here in Charleston, West Virginia, 364 days from now. We'll be back in the booth here for USA Cycling. As we say thank you for watching, and thank you to Charleston, West Virginia for another great week of bike racing here at the USA Cycling Pro Road National Championships. So for Lauren Hall, my name is Brad Soner saying thanks for watching. Thank you once again, Charleston, and we'll see you next year at the USA Cycling National Championships.